A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Well, the Aces don't know it, but one of the reasons Jane isn't doing so well with her household budget is because Laura the maid has been raking off a little here and there. Laura has a boyfriend out of work, and she's been feeding him and giving him expense money out of the household finances. She even went so far as to give him one of Mr. Race's old suits to wear. Our scene now is the living room at the Aces after dinner. Jane and her friend Marge are together. Now, listen.
Marge? Yes, what is it, Jane?
You know what I was thinking today?
No, what?
Well,
something to do with that budget of yours, I suppose.
Well, yes, but it has something to do with you, too. Remember last week when I told you it would be all right if you only paid me $5 a week for room and board instead of $10?
Yes, and I'm very thankful to you for it, Jane. It sure comes in handy, that extra $5. I drew myself to a new fall outfit, thanks to you, Jane.
You're welcome, I guess.
You guess?
Well, yes, you are welcome, Marge. You know I want you to have a new fall outfit, but... But
what?
Well, it's on account of this budget.
What about it?
Well, everything's so high. I'm having more trouble making the money come out even with my books.
Oh, I think I see what you're driving at.
You do?
I think so. You want to raise me back to 10 again, is that it?
Well, no, not the way things are now. I mean, not with you only making $25 a week, Marge. I know how much you have to spend and everything.
Well, that's all I do make, Jane. But don't let that stop you. If it's going to help you keep your account straight, I'll pay you.
Oh, no, Marge. I couldn't ask you to pay the other $5. That's not what I was going to say.
Well, what is it you're driving at?
Well, that is, I couldn't ask you for the other $5 as long as you're only making $25 a week.
But, Jane, that's all I am making.
I know, and that's what I got to thinking about this afternoon, and I was going to do something about it.
What?
Well, if you were making more, you could pay me more, couldn't you?
But I'm not.
That's just it. I thought of calling up your boss and asking him to give you a raise.
Jane, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
You didn't call up Mr. Simmons, and I didn't.
No, I thought of calling him up. I did call him up this afternoon, but he was too busy to talk to me.
Thank heaven.
But I got to thinking, why couldn't you ask him for a raise?
Oh, you got to thinking that?
Yes, after all, you do work hard. You're always telling us how
Now,
hard.
listen, Jane.
What?
Will you do me a favor and stop worrying about me? After all, what I make is my business.
Yes, but your business isn't very good if that's all you make.
Let me worry about that, will you? And once and for all, don't you go calling up my boss and asking him to give me up. Why, the idea. If you do that, Jen, I'm really going to get sore.
You are?
I certainly am. And as for your $10 a week, it's yours. I'm back to $10. In fact, I'm going to pay you the $5 you let me out of last week.
No, but Marge, you can't do that. You can't afford to.
Well, never mind what I can afford to do. I certainly can't afford to have you butting into my office and getting me raises.
Well, that's I was just doing it for you.
Oh, I know you were, Jane.
Why you act so mad?
Well, I'm sorry, but please don't do it. Just let me go on paying you the $10 as I was before.
No, I won't let you. Not unless you get a raise.
Well, I'm not getting a raise.
Well, if you do...
If I do, you'll be the first to know.
Will I? Because it'll come in very handy. The way this budget book is turning out now. Do you know I had a loss of $13 last week? That's pretty. What's the name of that?
No, I was just surprised. But what happened?
He got mad.
I imagine. But I mean, what happened that you lost so much money? Isn't $25 enough to run the house?
$30 counting what you pay me.
Yes, and $35 counting what I used to pay you. Even with that, you'd still show a loss. $13. Are you sure the budget book's right?
Oh, you can't blame it on the book. It's just that I spend more money than I take in.
Yes, you spent $13 more the first week. How is it this week so far?
Oh, the money's still going. I don't know where. Honestly, I just got $25 this morning, and here it is only 8:30 tonight, and already I don't...
Isn't there a piece of candy or something around the house?
What?
Candy. There used to be something around here a fella could nibble on. The candy jars are empty now. What's going on here?
Candy? Well, I'm having enough trouble watching my budget buying things we have to eat.
Well, candy is eaten. I want something sweet. You didn't even have dessert for dinner.
I'm cutting down.
On the food?
Well, it's all kind of having to keep a budget.
But you don't cut down on the meals. I eat one real meal a day here, dinner.
Well, you had dinner.
Yes, the 65-cent blue plate without dessert. That's what you served tonight.
Oh, it's nothing to laugh about, Morris. Here he wants me to keep a budget and try to have a profit at the end of the week, and he wants dessert.
Unreasonable, isn't it?
Do you know how much things cost nowadays?
But I gave you $25.
I was talking to some woman in the grocery store this morning. She said it, too. Things are very high. Higher than they've ever been, she said. She has a budget, too. How do you make out every week, I questioned. And she replied, I don't. You don't, I hollered. No, she remarked.
Just a minute, he interrupted. I don't know how you get into that dialogue with a strange woman.
Well, I got to talking to her. You know how you get interested in seeing why the other half lives, and I thought...
I wish you'd get a little more interested in how your own half lives. Tonight we lived without dessert for dinner. And I don't think it's unreasonable to ask you to have a little candy lying around the house of an evening.
Oh, no. I'm the one that has to keep the budget book right. I'm the one who has to make the $25 come out with a profit at the end of the week.
Well, if cutting out candy will keep you from showing another $13 loss.
She says she's having a little trouble with this week's account, too.
Oh, already? The week only started this morning. I gave you $25 this morning. What trouble could you be having?
That's just it. I don't know where the money goes. I've been working on this book since we finished dinner.
And what's the matter? Let me see.
Oh, you won't understand this, dear. You can't understand what I've been writing.
What is it, in code?
In code. It might as well be. Let me see the data.
The what?
Data.
You mean this?
Data. What is...
Together, you two.
Well, what is he talking about?
I'm talking about this bookkeeping. You're making such a problem out of it. It's very simple. Why do you make things so complex? All you have to do is keep track of the money you take in and the money you pay out. You take in $30 a week, counting the 5 Marge gets you. Now, you've got to pay out not more than $30 a week to come out even. It's as plain as the nose on your face.
Well, let's not start getting personal. We can't all be beautiful, you know.
Yeah, all right. Now, what's the big problem now? Did you write down the $25 I gave you this morning?
Yes, here it is, $25. And there's the $5 Marge gave me. That makes 30, doesn't it?
According to the new rules, yes.
What new rules?
Oh, stop it,
Well, what is he talking about?
Well, let me see what you spent today. Where's that?
Right here, $1.80 at the grocery store.
That's for that dinner tonight without dessert.
Yes, things are very high
Yes,
nowadays.
Jane, we know. Now, is that all you spent today?
Well, that's what I'm working on now. That's what I've been trying to figure out since we finished dinner.
Figure out what? Don't you know how much you spent?
Well, $1.80 at the grocery store.
Yes. Is that all?
There was something else. Oh, yes, a new ironing board.
Oh, you just thought of that. Now, how much was that?
Let me see. Well, Laura bought it.
Laura, how much did she pay for it?
Well, I don't know. $5, I guess.
You guess. When will you know definitely?
Well, I gave her $5 to go up and buy one.
Well, did she bring back any change?
No, I don't think so.
What is this think so? What are you talking about?
There's no way to run a house. Did she give you the change or didn't?
And if she didn't, what kind of an ironing board did she buy for $5? I don't know how much one should cost, but it seems to me...
Well, things are very high nowadays.
Oh, but Jane, I don't think she could have spent a whole $5 on an ironing board. Didn't she say anything about change?
No, she likes it here.
Oh, she does? Well, I don't blame her. I'm going to ask her. Is she still here?
Yes, but she's busy with the dinner
Well,
dishes.
she can
Don't
answer
bother.
a question. I'll find out just how much the ironing board costs.
Well, things are very high nowadays.
Oh, Jane, that's your story, isn't it?
Yeah, that's my story, and I'm stung with it.
Laura?
Yes, sir.
Laura, will you please come in here? Well, who is that?
Oh, this is the young man I've been going with. What is it, dear?
Will you come in here a minute?
Yes, sir.
No, you too, young
Well,
fella.
who is it? I didn't know there was anybody else out there.
Oh, I must be having company.
Now, who did you say this young man is?
He's Harry, the young man I've been sort of going with.
Oh, pleased to meet your acquaintance.
Jane, please. You've been sort of going with him, huh?
Yes, sir. I was just calling for Laura. We got a date to go to a picture show.
Oh, to a picture show, I see. Don't I know you from somewhere?
I don't think so. I don't think I
There's
ever...
something familiar about you. What is it? Is it that suit?
Oh, that's what I always tell him, sir. He's so familiar.
Oh, he's so familiar. I see.
Did you call me, ma'am?
Oh, yes. What was it now? Oh, yes, I remember. Laura, remember today when you went out and bought that ironing board?
Oh, yes, ma'am. I bought it.
Yes. Well, remember how much I gave you to buy it with?
How much is... yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, I remember.
Well, do you remember how much it cost you?
Oh, yes, ma'am. $3.98.
Oh, babe, it cost you $4.98.
What?
It cost $4.98, babe.
$4.98?
Sure it did, babe. $4.98.
Just a minute. Don't you think Babe should know how much it costs? I mean...
Well, I guess she should, but she said $3.98.
$4.98, ma'am.
Well, that's a fine way for you to act, Laura. How about my change? You should give me back, let me see.
She should give you...
Well, don't tell me. I'll figure it out.
Oh.
Yes, ma'am, I was going to give it to
Now,
you,
just a
ma'am.
second here. We haven't settled how much this ironing board costs. Which is it? Laura says $3.98.
I guess I kind of forgot, sir.
It was $4.98, babe.
I wish you'd stop putting in your 2 cents.
Oh, why did you tell me, dear? I was just figuring it out.
There seems to be a difference of opinion here.
Well, come on, Laura. Hand it over. 2 cents. It upsets my
What
book.
I'd like to know, young man, is how you know how much it cost in the first place.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Well, you see, Laura kind of, she gave me the change to hold for it till she got through with the dishes. Here it is, 2 cents.
She gave it to you to hold.
Yes, sir, I didn't want to lose it. You give it to me, Harry. Here you are, ma'am.
Thanks. Now, don't forget after this to give me back any change you have, Laura, because it upsets my books if you don't.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Well...
Oh, good night, Laura. You better be going if you and your young man are going to a picture.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Well, I'm glad I met you.
Good night. Well, Laura surprises me. I didn't know she had a gentleman caller.
I've seen that guy somewhere. There's something familiar about him.
And did you notice something?
No, Jane, what?
What did we have for dinner tonight?
For dinner?
Didn't we have stewed tomatoes?
Yes.
Well, did you notice his tie?
His tie?
What are
A
you...
big streak of stewed tomatoes. And everything's so high, too. And here I sit trying to make my budget book come out even.
Oh, Jane, you don't begrudge him something to eat if he had enough left over.
Well, it cost me enough to buy food for the 3 of us and her. And if she's going to start having food left over, no wonder I don't have any money left over.
Oh, don't be such a Shylock.
Well, that's what I'm going to be, a Sherlock Holmes. I'm going to find out just what's going out there in the kitchen. I'll find out where the money's going.
Well, at any rate, Jane's on the right track to make her budget book come out at least even. We learn more about that when next we meet the Easy Aces.
Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay. And Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks under the direction of Al Lewis. Well, it's always wise to obey the traffic regulations. And our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, has always tried to do so.
Especially since last week, when our beloved principal, Mr. Conklin, instituted another of his Drive Safely campaigns. Friday morning at breakfast, my landlady asked the reason.
What's behind this campaign, Connie?
Oh, same thing as last month, Mrs. Davis. Somebody parked too close to his car and scratched his bumper. And as if that wasn't enough, I got this ticket last Monday, right after he warned us about driving carefully.
But you didn't tell me about it.
I was afraid to mention it. If Mr. Conklin hears about it, I'm a goner.
What kind of a ticket was it, Connie? For illegal parking?
Not exactly. It's for speeding, going through a red light, reckless driving, driving on the sidewalk, and hitting a fruit stand.
Well, my goodness, a person's entitled to a little fun once in a while.
You don't understand, Mrs. Davis. None of it was my fault.
Oh, who was driving?
Nobody.
I know you haven't much money, Connie, but if we sell my Hudson, you can go away for a nice long rest.
I may go away without selling your Hudson. Fortunately, I asked for a trial by jury. I'm sure I can prove my innocence to them.
Well, I'm sure you can, dear. Now, how about proving it to me?
Of course. I simply ran out of gas, Mrs. Davis, so I parked my car on top of a hill and walked down to get some. Then some idiot tried to squeeze into the parking space behind my car, and in doing so, pushed it hard enough to start it rolling. When it came to a stop against the fruit stand, I ran over to try and back it off the sidewalk. That's when the policeman came over and wrote out this ticket.
But, Connie, why didn't you apply the brakes before it hit the fruit stand?
I told you I wasn't in the car.
Oh. Well, couldn't you explain that to the policeman?
I did, but he insisted that driving from outside the car is very dangerous. Anyway, he wouldn't listen to reason, and I've got to be in court today at 2 p.m.
But school won't be over by 2.
For me, it will. My problem now is to get off without Mr. Conklin knowing why. Oh, that's Walter Denton. He's driving me to school today. The mechanic is still picking peaches out of my fan belt. Come in, Walter.
I'll put up some more toast. Walter always likes to have his second breakfast with us.
There's no radiant sun in my universe.
Sit down, Walter. I haven't come up yet. What makes you so chipper this morning?
The movie I saw last night, William Bendix and Johnny Holliday. It shows that no matter how underprivileged you are, or that even if you run afoul of the law, there's still a way out.
You didn't get here a minute too soon.
Well, I was a little brought down after the movie when I took Harriet Conklin home. Now, I wasn't on her porch 5 minutes before her father politely asked me to leave.
Politely?
I jumped down the steps before he could kick me. What's the matter with you this morning, Miss Brooks? You look a little glum.
I am a little, but I'd rather not discuss it if you don't mind.
Oh, maybe I can help. What's wrong?
I'm afraid it's a secret, Walter.
Hello, Walter. I fixed some cinnamon toast for us.
Oh, swell, Mrs. Davis. And how are you this morning?
I'm fine, thanks, but Miss Brooks could do with a little cheering up. That traffic ticket has her all upset.
Mrs. Davis.
So that's why you're glum. Well, when did you get the ticket, Miss Brooks?
Last Monday, Walter, but I don't want anybody to know about it.
Your secret will never pass my lips. So what did you get the ticket for?
Well, according to the policeman who made it out, it's for speeding, going through a red light, reckless driving, driving on the sidewalk, and hitting a fruit stand.
For that, you got a ticket? Well, they're sure cracking down, aren't they?
It wasn't her fault. She simply parked on the top of a hill to get some gas.
Which I'd run out of. Then when another car tried to park behind my car, it was pushed and started rolling down the hill.
That's when it went through the red light, up on the sidewalk, and into the fruit stand.
Yeah, but there's one thing I don't understand.
What's that?
Before your car hit the fruit stand, why didn't you put on the brakes?
I had lost them playing canasta. Look, I'll explain the gory details on our way down. Right now, I've got to figure out some way to get out of school so I can appear in court at 2 o'clock.
Oh, I've got an idea, Miss Brooks. Why don't you just take the ticket down and show it to Mr. Conklin?
Wonderful, Walter. Then I won't have to go to court at all. He'll hang me in his office.
We seem to have beaten Mr. Conklin to school this morning. His office door's open and he's not in it.
Well, it's just as well. I'll have another few minutes to think up a good excuse for wanting this afternoon off.
I'll keep you company till he shows up. Hey, come on, let's go in.
All right. Hey, what's this by his desk?
It's a fishing rod. Boy, look at this swell trout fly on the hook. Oh, I'm real good at fly casting. Hey, so watch this, Miss Brooks. Look at me. I caught a wastebasket.
That isn't all you'll catch if Mr. Conklin walks in.
Oh, it's pretty early for him. I guess old Marblehead, Mr. Conklin, is planning a little fishing trip after school. Oh, boy, that's the life.
Yeah, it must be fun at that.
Fun? Here, Miss Brooks, just cast this pole. Go ahead, grab hold.
Like this?
Right. Now, toss the hook at the wastebasket. Go ahead, you won't hurt anything.
Oh, but I've never done anything like this.
Oh, just throw it back first and then forward. Oh, there's nothing to it.
Like this?
Oh, yeah! What was that?
I don't know, but it feels like a whopper.
Don't bother reeling me in. I'll come quietly.
Mr. Conklin.
Well, I gotta be running along now. I just remembered my inkwell refilling.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Conklin. Here, let me help you get the hook out.
Stand back. If I'm going to be filleted, I'll do it myself. There. It's out.
So are you. Just a little rip behind the knee of your trousers. I'll sew that up in no time.
Never mind, Miss Brooks. I'll have them repaired and send you the bill.
Oh, good. Mr. Conklin, I know you're not the type of person to hold a grudge.
Oh, I'm not, am I not?
No, sir, you're not, sir. You're not. That's why I'd like to ask you if I might have this afternoon off.
What? Miss Brooks, as much as I need the rest, request denied.
Oh, but it's urgent, sir.
That will be all, Miss Brooks.
But Mr. Conklin...
Dismissed!
Aye, sir. Hi, Miss Brooks.
Oh, hello, Harriet.
I haven't seen much of you lately. Where in the world have you been keeping yourself?
Me? I've been fishing.
Fishing? You?
That's right. You should have seen the one that just got off my hook.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, will continue in just a moment. But first, here is Vern Smith. Now, tests published in authoritative dental literature show that when teeth are brushed right after eating, Colgate Dental Cream stops tooth decay best. 2 years' research at 5 leading universities, hundreds of case histories, shows that when used as directed, Colgate Dental Cream stops tooth decay best. Yes, exhaustive tests show the Colgate way best to prevent decay. Better than any other home method of oral hygiene known today. Based on both clinical and X-ray examinations, the Colgate way stopped more decay for more people than ever before reported in all dentifrice history. Even more important, there were no new cavities whatever for more than 1 out of 3 who used Colgate Dental Cream as directed. Think of it. Not even 1 new cavity in 2 full years. No other dentifrice, paste or powder, ammoniated or not. No other dentifrice has proof of such results. The best results ever reported for a dentifrice of any type. So always use Colgate to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. And remember, when you follow the Colgate way, Colgate Dental Cream stops tooth decay best.
Well, I spent every moment between morning classes trying to devise some way of getting out of school gracefully to make my appointment with the 12 good men and true in traffic court. By lunchtime, I still hadn't thought of anything and could visualize myself as posing for snapshots with my license plate hanging on my chest. However, when I met Mr. Boynton in the school cafeteria, I thought it best to conceal my dilemma. Oh, here's a nice table, Mr. Boynton. Let's sit down here.
All right, Miss Brooks. May I hold your tray?
If that's your best offer, go ahead. Thanks, Mr. Boynton. Your gallantry is quite overwhelming this afternoon. It was very nice of you to pay the check for all this food.
Don't mention it, Miss Brooks. With that tray in your hands, I realized you'd have difficulty reaching into your purse.
That was very thoughtful.
You can give me back the 50 cents anytime. No hurry about it, Miss Brooks. I know that you know I like to keep my books straight, and you always pay your debts, so why should I worry about it?
Mr. Boynton.
I also know that you're well aware of the fact that I don't make any more money than you do, so, well, it'd be rather a foolish gesture for me to actually treat for lunches.
Mr.
I haven't a qualm in the world about laying out this 50 cents. I know I'll get it back. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, maybe not even this week. But I know that someday, some way... Thanks.
You're welcome, Sporty. Now let's dig in.
Oh, fine. You know, I'm happy to see that your traffic ticket hasn't spoiled your appetite.
No, I don't believe in letting... How did you know about my traffic ticket?
Oh, Walter Denton told me about it. I teach in third-term biology, you know.
Somebody should teach him to keep his mouth closed. He promised me that he wouldn't mention it.
Oh, he told me he wasn't supposed to tell me before he told me.
Oh, that's different.
You shouldn't brood about a traffic ticket, Miss Brooks, especially since you're completely innocent. There's just one thing I can't figure out about that accident, though. That's why you didn't slam on the brakes before you hit the fruit stand.
Mr. Boynton, it's faith such as yours that gives me the courage to stand up and quit. Honestly, if I have half as much trouble with that...
Mr. Boynton, mind if I join you? The cafeteria's filled to Kappa City.
Kappa City, mighty pretty country up there. Sit down, Stretch.
How's the old pitching arm, Snodgrass? You think we'll beat Clay City this year?
Well, I hope so, Mr. Boynton. But right now, I'm not too worried about athletics and my personal physicality. It's mentality I'm upset.
I can't understand it.
It's the final exams. They're coming up soon, and I think I might flunk some of them. In fact, there's only one subject I'm pretty sure I'll unflunk.
Oh, what's that?
English, naturally. My course. Now, look, Stretch. The fact that I've been patient with you and tried to help you stay eligible for athletics, shouldn't that influence you to relax in your study of English, you know?
Oh, I won't, Miss Brooks. From here on in, I'm going to stick my head in my books and phone like mad.
Well, you've certainly got the head for it. There's still a few weeks, though, Stretch, and I'll help you all I can. Now, will you pass the mustard, please?
Here you are, ma'am. Well, it sure does my heart good to see you eating. I thought sure your appetite would be shot.
Shot? Why?
Walter Denton told me about your traffic ticket.
You know, this would have been more of a secret if I'd published it in the newspaper.
Miss Brooks is completely innocent, Stretch.
Well, I know. We all know it's just a bunch of tramped-up charges. When you tell a story in court, Miss Brooks, they'll let you off in a jaffy. There's absolutely nothing to worry about.
Thank you, Counselor.
And remember, all us kids at school love you like our own mothers. So you can be sure you'll keep getting candy and things wherever they send you.
They're not sending her anywhere, Stretch. Miss Brooks is going down to court, stand trial, and she'll be back with us in a matter of hours.
Why, certainly, Stretch.
Of course, if something should go wrong... Well, is there any little gift or something you'd like to take with you?
Yes, Mr. Boynton, there is. I saw a wonderful doll in Sherry's department store the other day. It's called a Tiny Tears doll.
Oh, I've seen that. She cries real tears when you squeeze her.
Well, lots of dolls do that.
You keep out of this. I always say it's up to the doll and who does the squeezing. But I thought that a doll would be nice company in the cell you two have assigned me.
Oh, gosh, Miss Brooks, I didn't mean it that way. I was
Hi,
only...
folks. Mind if I join the group?
Well, if it isn't Paul Revere.
I told Miss Brooks that you told me, Walter.
What? Fine blabbermouth you are. Oh, look, Miss Brooks. I only told the people I thought would want to help you, like I do.
I'm sure he meant well, Miss Brooks. We would like to help you plot some sort of a defense.
I appreciate your interest, Mr. Boynton, but my immediate problem isn't the court itself, but how to get there. If you all excuse me now, I'm going to primp up a bit and take one more crack at Mr. Conklin.
Oh, certainly, Miss Brooks.
Lots of luck, Miss Brooks.
Yeah, take a crack at him for me, Miss Brooks. And then see you later.
Thanks for trying to help, boys.
Oh, boys, there goes a fine, upstanding young woman.
Those are the best kind.
Well, she won't be upstanding long if she butts up against Mr. Conklin. Now, we've got to figure some way we can spring Miss Brooks by 2 o'clock.
Spring her?
Yeah, get her out of here without Mr. Conklin knowing why. Now, wait a minute. I've got a thought. Suppose one of us were taken ill suddenly. Maybe we could get Mr. Conklin to let Miss Brooks take the stricken party home.
Yeah. Then when they get off the school grounds, she could go to court, and the one who was suddenly taken ill can get suddenly taken well and blow for the day.
I don't think that's a feasible plan, boys, at least as far as I'm concerned. Whenever I tell an untruth, I hiccup. It's psychosomatic.
Yeah, I guess it is.
But, Mr. Boynton, if we don't try my scheme, what will we do?
Well, we'll just have to think further, Walter.
Okay. Well, you heard him, Stretch. Keep that old brain working.
Please, not while I'm eating.
I'm all finished with lunch, Daddy. I just thought I'd stop by your office and see if you wanted something.
No, thank you, Harriet. I'm quite full. I've been eating my heart out. I just received a call that cancels my fishing trip.
What kind of a call, Daddy?
I've been called for jury duty.
Can't you get out of it, Daddy?
Harriet, shirking one's civic duty is totally un-American. Jury duty, like voting, is an honor and a privilege and a great American heritage. And I've weaseled out of it twice already. I didn't have to be there at all today if it wasn't for some stubborn female who insisted on a jury trial for a traffic violation. She'll get a jury trial, all right.
But, Daddy, when do you have to leave school?
At 1:30, Harriet. And whatever you do, keep my going a secret. The minute anyone knows I'm off the grounds, they start cutting classes. They've got all sorts of excuses, but I know it's the weather. On these lovely days, cutting is a great temptation.
Is that why you were going fishing, Daddy?
Hush, child. Run along to your next class.
Okay, Daddy. See you tonight.
6 months I've been looking forward to casting this rod. Oh, what a beauty you are. Come in. Oh, it's you again. What now, Miss Brooks?
I'd like to go home, Mr. Conklin. I don't feel well.
Not 4 hours ago, you harpooned me with a fish hook. And now you don't feel well.
I'm not just thinking of myself, sir. It's the students. I might be suffering from something contagious.
Excuse me, Miss Brooks, but I've got to talk to Mr. Conklin.
What do you want, Denton?
I'd like to go home, Mr. Conklin. I don't feel well.
Well, what do you know, Miss Brooks? Denton's caught your malady already.
Beat it, Walter. I'm working this side of the street. This boy may be telling the truth, Mr. Conklin.
Oh, really, Mr. Conklin? I'm sinking fast. I think Miss Brooks ought to take me home.
I second the motion, Mr. Conklin. He must be sick. He looks terrible.
Yes, he does. But he's not sick.
Oh, sure I am. Look at my tongue.
Roll that up. And now put it back in its holster.
I'd better take him home, Mr. Conklin, before this spreads.
Mr. Conklin? Yes, what is it, Snodgrass?
I'm sick as a dog.
Oh, fine. It's an epidemic.
Dropping like flies, aren't we?
I got spots before my eyes. I guess it's my appendix.
The spots look like your appendix?
Yeah, only bigger.
Then would you say they look like my appendix?
Well, I got other things, too. Like, lemonitism. And, infiltration of the sacroiliac. And,
how about hardening of the artillery?
I'm sure I got a touch of those.
Amazing improvisation.
Oh, that's been kicking up a lot, too, lately. Maybe Miss Brooks ought to take me home.
I've already been spoken for, Stretch.
Yes, Florence Nightingale is ministering to the wards today.
Pardon me, Mr. Conklin.
What do you want, Boynton?
Someone had better take me home, sir. I don't feel very well.
I beg your pardon?
I said... I'm sick.
And what, pray, are you suffering from?
It's only fair to warn you, Mr. Boynton, that we've used up appendicitis, rheumatism, and hardening of the arteries.
Now, see here, all of you. I know what's behind these shenanigans, and I won't stand for it. There'll be no cutting classes at this institution just because a few balmy days come along. I haven't time now to deliver the lecture you all so richly deserve. Suffice it to say, I'll deal with this problem later on. Now return to your classes at once. Dismissed!
Let's go, fellas. Now, that was a pretty scene. What'll we do for an encore?
We just wanted to help, Miss Brooks. I guess we got our signals crossed.
Hi, Miss Brooks. I left my Christmas... Say, what are you all doing outside Daddy's office?
We were trying to get him to do Miss Brooks a favor.
You picked a pretty poor time to ask him for favors. He's had to cancel his fishing trip so he can leave school at 1:30 and... Oh, dear, I wasn't supposed to mention that.
Harriet, did you say that your daddy's leaving the premises at 1:30?
Yes, but you've got to promise not to let it go any further.
It doesn't have to go any further. Excuse me, kids, but I'm going to take off right now.
Good luck, Miss Brooks.
Yeah, all the best to you, Miss Brooks.
So I don't know what came up that made our principal cancel his fishing trip, but I'll tell you one thing. I'd hate to buck up against old Marblehead today.
Your Honor, as a firm believer in our American system of justice, I have confidence in the fairness and impartiality of this jury. And if it pleases the court, I should like to address my remarks directly to them. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Yes, Miss Brooks?
I wonder how long it takes to become a trustee.
Miss Brooks returns in just a moment, but first, dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight? Yes, tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Luster Cream, world's finest shampoo. No other shampoo in the world gives you Kay Daumit's magic blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Better than a soap, better than a liquid. Luster Cream is a dainty cream shampoo. Leaves hair 3 ways lovelier. Fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen, soft, manageable. Even in hardest water, Luster Cream lathers instantly. No special rinse needed after a Luster Cream shampoo. So gentle, Luster Cream is wonderful even for children's hair. Tonight? Yes, tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, I finally told the whole story of the accident, and largely so he could get out of court in time to go fishing. Mr. Conklin joined the rest of the jury in letting me off with a rather severe fine. That was Friday. The next 2 days were spent in a mad, gay whirl of sorting through those of my personal belongings which would bring the most in a hock shop. But Sunday afternoon, I determined to relax, so I headed for our front porch.
Hello, Connie, dear. Look who I've invited for tea.
Why, it's Walter and Harriet.
Oh, hi, Miss Brooks.
I'm here, too.
Mr. Boynton. Well, this is a surprise.
Hello, Miss Brooks.
Oh, hello, Mr. Conklin.
I think you've been punished enough, my dear, so when Mrs. Davis asked me to tea, I took it as an opportunity to bury the hatchet.
Oops.
I didn't mean it literally. Come back here.
I brought my portable radio line. I thought maybe we could hear the ball game while we're having tea.
Not now, Walter. Miss Brooks wants to relax.
Somebody just stopped in front of the house.
Yes, he's coming up to the porch.
Pardon me, folks, but I've lost my road map. Can somebody tell me which way is due west?
Oh, sure. It's on your left. That is if you're driving due north.
Of course, if you're driving due south, then due west is on your right.
Unless you're left-handed. Then you drive straight up.
Just what is your destination, young man?
Hollywood, California. My name is Steve Allen.
Well, judging from the hand you got on this porch, you must be famous.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, unless I was tricked into it. I'm just an up-and-I hope coming radio comedian. I'm going out to Hollywood to replace Eve Arden for the summer.
Oh, Eve Arden, I've heard of her. She's a living doll. She's the one who plays the school teacher with my name, isn't she?
Yeah, Miss Brooks, that's her. Oh, there are some awfully cute characters on that show. One kid in particular.
Some of them are all right, but there's one that leaves me cold. Nobody could be such a stuffy, pompous, puffed-up windbag as that principal of theirs.
Oh, I don't know. There are people like that spread all over the country. And people like that should be spread all over the country. But if you'll excuse me now, I've got to get back to my car and turn on the radio. You see, Eve Arden promised me that she'd give me a nice send-off on her last show, and it's just about time for it.
Well, you don't have to go to your car. We've got a radio right here. Turn it on, Walter.
Okay, Harriet.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Colgate Palmolive Peat Company, I'd like to thank you all for being such a faithful audience during the past 2 years, and to assure you that we'll be back again on September 3rd. Meanwhile, you will be entertained by one of America's fastest-growing comedy stars.
I'm 6 feet past my collar now.
A young man of great wit and charm.
Name's Steve Allen.
Named Steve Allen. And I, for one, will be listening to his program each and every one of the 13 weeks he broadcasts in our time spot. Good night, and thanks again.
Well, that's that. Shut it off, Walter.
Yes, sir. That was a lovely speech Miss Arden made.
It certainly was. I can't help wondering, though, if she'll really listen to every one of my 13 broadcasts.
What else have I got to do? You've got my job.
Next week, tune into the new Steve Allen Show, brought to you by Mustard Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair, and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay. Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written by Al Lewis, Joe Quillen, and Lester White, with the music of Wilbur Hatch under the direction of Maurice Carlton. Doctors prove Palmolive soap can bring you a lovelier complexion in 14 days. Yes, 36 leading skin specialists proved in tests on 1,285 different women that Palmolive soap facials, using nothing but Palmolive, brought new complexion beauty to 2 women out of 3. Just wash your face 3 times daily with Palmolive soap, each time for 60 seconds, massaging Palmolive's beauty lather onto your skin. Then rinse. So start your Palmolive facials today. Remember, doctors prove Palmolive soap can bring you a lovelier complexion in 14 days. For mystery liberally sprinkled with laughs, listen to Mr. and Mrs. North Tuesday evening over most of these same stations. And be with us again next week at the same time for the new Steve Allen Show. Eve Arden and our Miss Brooks will return on September 3rd. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Skelton with David Forrester and his orchestra, our singing star Anita Ellis, Gigi Pearson, Verna Felton, Pat McGee, and Wonderful Smith, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. It's a pleasure to bring you Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's popular comedian, Fred Skelton.
Thank you, but why should I be the only one not applauding, you know? Thank you and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hiya, Rod.
Hi, Red. And say, how come you're late getting down to the studio again tonight,
Well,
Red?
I took a cab. I took a cab down.
Well, why should taking a cab make you late?
They caught me before I got 2 blocks away.
Well, speaking of cabs, several people were doubtful of that statement you made last week that you used to drive a cab in New York.
Well, I did. I drove a 1912 Stutz, it was.
Well, a hack like that, how did you get any passengers?
Oh, people used to be crazy to ride with me. In fact, I was a little nuts myself.
Well, you know what annoys me is a gabby cabbie. I remember a cab driver in New York who talked my ears off.
Yeah?
He thought he knew everything. I was so tired of his yapping, I didn't even give him a tip.
Don't think I ever forgot that either. Oh, this guy. I wish my lower plate wobble was as tight as he is.
I'm proud of that. Just read what's on the paper, old boy.
Do cab drivers make... What'd you do, go out and hire your own rider?
Well, do cab drivers make much money, Red?
No, some of them don't make enough to pay for the damage they do to other cars, you know.
Well, say, Red, have you noticed how obliging cab drivers are since the war?
Yeah. I got in the cab the other day and I said to the driver, "The Hollywood Plaza, please." He says, "What floor?" I've got a warm spot in my heart for cab drivers. In fact, I owe my life to a cab driver.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yep, my mother drove a cab. No, I really do owe my life to a cab driver.
Oh, I'm not going to fall for that again.
No, on the up and up. I started across Sunset Boulevard without thinking, you know, and I didn't look up, and there's a big bus coming, and finally I looked up. I knew I didn't have a chance, and if it hadn't been for a taxi cab knocking me out of the way, I'd have got killed. Sing No Greater Love.
There is no greater love than what I feel for you. No greater love I feel for you. There is no greater love than what I feel for you.
Thank you, Anita. Tonight, our story from the Skelton Scrapbook of Satire is on fingerprints. In the old days of the West, the Rangers used to track down bandits by following footprints in the sand. So let's look in on Deadeye, who's on the trail of bow-legged Bull Root.
Oh, come on, horse boy!
He sure is a stubborn horse.
Yeah.
Funny looking, too.
Yeah.
So how come his neck's so long?
I don't know. Maybe it's because his head's so far from his body.
Now, are you sure we on the trail of bow-legged Bull Root?
Yep, he's the only guy in the West that rides a three-legged horse. Now, here's what we're going to do.
Yeah?
We'll check in at his old hangout, and then when he's not looking, we'll capture him.
I hope I can remember all that.
Well, if you can't, it's written right there in the script.
Besides that, you didn't hold up that bank, did you?
Of course not. They couldn't pay me to do that. That bank's been held up so much that the last time I tried it, I had to stand in line to wait for my turn. There's a brilliant line, isn't it?
Hey, but how are you going to prove that bow-legged Bull Root did it?
Well, I got his fingerprints here on this plate glass window that I brought along. And if they're his for sure, I clear myself.
Yeah, I think it was kind of silly, though, to carry the whole plate glass window.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think that's what was weighing the horse down.
Yeah? What weighted you down there? I don't think it's weighting the horse down. He likes to crawl on his stomach. Now, if you'll send 3 cents in, we'll mail you a picture of that junk.
You should have photographed the prints on the glass. It would save time.
Well, I would have, but my camera ain't been working right since I shot the picture of Custer's last stand.
You took the pictures of Custer's last stand?
Yep, that I did. Must have been a frozen custard from the way that thing went. Well, let's stop in the old Fickle Finger Saloon here, huh? Hey, piano player, sagebrush. Pretty soon you're playing. What's the name of it?
Zippity-doo-dah.
That'll teach him to use a civil tongue. Hardly paid him to join after us, did it?
Drop that gun, stranger.
Yeah?
What's Deadeye?
Yeah?
Where have you been, Deadeye?
Well, I've been branding steers out at the Bar Nothing Ranch, man.
Yeah, well, what's that red mark on your forehead?
One of the steers knew more about it than I did. Where do you know me from, gal?
Don't you remember me, Deadeye? Clementine up and Adam?
You didn't used to be that little freckle-faced gal with the buck teeth and the big feet.
That's right.
You ain't changed a bit, gal. Oh, now be a good gal and put that gun down, gal.
Oh, don't worry, Deadeye. It ain't loaded.
No, but you are.
Oh, no, I ain't. I ain't had a thing to drink all night.
Then you must have been inhaling pretty deep then.
Now, don't get upset about the gun, because it's friendly.
Yeah, the gun's friendly, huh? I don't like the way it's all puckered up, though.
Still afraid of a woman with a gun, eh, Deadeye?
You can say that again.
Still afraid of a woman with a gun.
I didn't mean to really say it. I was just... good straight man could run away with this show, you know? I've been afraid of guns ever since 2 gals were crazy about me. They decided to shoot it out to see which one would get me.
Well, which one got you?
Both of them. One got me in the leg, the other got me in the arm.
Tell me, what are you doing in town, Deadeye? What's that you're carrying around with you?
It's a big plate glass from the bank.
What happened? You lose the rest of the bank?
I didn't see that in here at rehearsal. No, I'm looking for bow-legged Bull Root. And if these fingerprints match the one on this bank window, I can go back to Poison Gulch and be near the one I love.
Oh, be with the one you love, then,
Yeah.
huh? You'll be kind of lonesome all by yourself, won't you, didn't I?
Yeah. Listen, here comes old Bull Roost now. I'd know that horse is limp anywhere.
Howdy, stranger. Tell me, stranger, how come you don't look like a stranger, stranger?
What that straight jacket did the guy write?
Ain't that your picture on that poster?
Yeah, that was taken when I had my Adam's apple lifted. It was given cider. I had the stem removed.
Oh,
You know, most Adam's apples go up and down.
Yeah?
Mine went zigzag. I knew I'd stay with it until we got something out of it. Well, I think that does it. 1,000 on the laugh meter. Now, you try to top that, will you? We'll send you a record of your voice telling the joke.
Deadeye. So your name is Deadeye.
That's right.
Look like a guy I once shot it out with in Poison Gulch.
You'll have to talk louder. I can't hear so good through this rabbit ear I had grafted on.
Deadeye.
Yep.
Well, let me warn you, this town ain't big enough for both of us.
Oh, it ain't.
No, it ain't.
It ain't, huh?
I said no.
You said no, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I guess you ought to know.
I'm warning you, stay away from my gal. You're talking to the best shot in Texas.
Little conceited, ain't you? I once shot it out with standing bull.
You mean sitting bull?
Not after I shot him.
Well, if you're so good, let's see you hit this silver dollar when I throw it up in the air.
Okay.
Hey, you shot before I threw the coin in the air.
Well, just pick up your fingers and we'll try it again.
What's your game, Deadeye?
Poker. But I'm here to take you back to Poison Gulch to clear myself of a bank robbery.
Well, I don't think you can prove that.
Take his fingerprints, Deadeye. They'll match the ones you got on that window because he robbed the bank.
Why, you double-crosser?
Now you leave her figure out of this. Put that gun away.
Not until I take care of that cheap dance hall dame.
Cheap dance hall? Deadeye, are you going to stand there and let this bum insult me?
No. The minute he does, you let me know about it.
Is that window pane all the evidence you've got?
That's all.
Oh, what a shame. Now you can't tell whose prints who they belong to.
Yeah? Well, I figured you'd do something like that. So I brought along the door to the bank vault, too.
That does it. Stand back, you.
Now, wait a minute now. Let's be fair and square about this. Fight like gentlemen of Texas. Let's count 3, and then we'll both draw.
Okay.
I was hoping he was a new man around here. Are you ready? 1, a 2, a 3. That'll teach them to dilly-dally.
Deadeye, that ain't the way a Texas gentleman fights.
I know. I'm from Georgia. He's lucky I didn't shoot him twice.
Tiene que la sorpresa socorro para recibir su nuevo. Now, David Forrester and his orchestra play the Mexican hat dance. That was David Forrester and his International Orchestra. That means he's as well known in San Diego as in Tijuana. Chapter 3 is entitled Fingerprint Your Child for Identification. In large cities, children are fingerprinted at birth, and for safety and identification, it seems to be a good idea for the children in the smaller communities, too.
Junior. Oh, Junior.
The voice of the turtle.
Yes, Mama. Did you dry your hands on the bathroom curtain?
Yes, ma'am. I want to get the mud off before I wipe them on your clean towels.
Well, why didn't you wash them first?
Well, I can get the soap all dirty. Oh, somebody knocking on the door.
But I wonder why they didn't ring the bell.
Because they probably saw me tickling with it, you know. When they push the doorbell, the icebox will blow up.
Oh, no. You wouldn't do a thing like that. You're kidding.
You just keep laughing, kiddo. That's all. Oh, boy, you find out. You will.
See? They rang the doorbell and nothing happened.
Now answer the door while you pick that cold chicken out of your hair. I'm going to see who's at the door.
Don't run. Your shoestrings untied.
Enough! Oh, I hit me crazy bone. I hit me crazy bone. I hit me crazy bone, Grandma.
Oh, well. If we comb your hair right, it won't show.
Yeah. Not a bit when the widow went on the end here. I will answer the door.
Don't stand there. Go see who's at the door.
Okay.
It's probably the milkman.
Yeah, okay. Welcome to 13 Row Madulet.
Well, Junior, hello.
What? Shut up. You sound like you needle is stuck there.
Is your grandmother at home?
Me grandma? Uh-oh. No, Grandma's gone. The old chicken flew the coop. What you want to see her about? The apple pie you baked this morning?
What about my apple pie?
It was delicious. Hey, Grandma, Mr. Brzezzi's here, old fatso.
Junior, you watch your manners.
Yeah?
Do you want a whipping?
Well, I'd like to look at some of the other things you had to offer first.
Come in, Frank.
Yeah,
Junior, go see if the milkman came.
Okay. Hey, there's a quart of milk out here with these little boys.
Oh, isn't that cute?
No, it was.
Darling, that's a pint.
No, a pint's what Grandpa carries in his hip pocket.
Oh, yes? Now, that's enough about your grandfather. That bottle is his medicine.
Oh?
He's a sick man.
Sick, huh? Is that why he got a red nose all the time?
Well, the truth is, I came over to see if you saw this item in this morning's paper.
What is the article, Mr. Frank?
Oh, well, it says that Sheriff Biscaluz in a recent speech said fingerprinting has proven to be a great protection for our American way of life.
Really?
It's helped us identify criminals who hide their true identity under alias names.
How interesting.
It also helps identify lost persons in floods, tornadoes, and other disasters.
So?
Yes, so?
Well, have you ever had Junior booked? I mean printed.
Sure. He's no criminal.
No, I ain't no criminal. I'm going to be a Boy Scout.
Yes, and he'll learn to do good deeds.
No, Grandma, I'm going to find out where that boy in the newspaper got that bubble gum.
Well, I don't mean to be poking my nose into other people's business, but every child should be fingerprinted, and should he get lost, fingerprints will help locate and return him to his home.
I know. That's the only thing I've got against him.
Sure you love me, don't you, huh?
Well, the suggestion is food for thought.
Well, we're not hungry for ideas, I thought.
Well, as one light switch said to the other, I must be off.
What a shocking remark. Boy, that stinks for good, doesn't it, huh?
fingerprints of all six. Hey, Grandma, I wouldn't mind being fingerprinted. Is that
Well,
no?
to tell the truth, I do think it's a good idea. So
Really?
come on, let's go over to the police station and have it done.
Police department?
Certainly, that's where they take your prints.
Oh, no, boy, not me, boy, not me. You liable to forget yourself and turn me in.
Oh,
you
don't
know.
talk silly.
Okay, you turn me in, I'm going to tell on you.
You tell what?
I will tell everybody that you served 10 years in the hoot house.
I did no such thing.
Oh, no? Well, Werner the Vermin, here's the same old cell waiting for you.
Oh, but it's good to be home again. Give up. Come on, let's go. I wonder if the juvenile jury could help me. Pardon me, officer. Is this the fingerprinting department?
Yeah, you think
That's right. My, what a nice little boy.
Oh, I don't know about that. They got a sign on me quip says dangerous. If you stand too close to the bars, you do so at your own risk.
You're not that bad.
Then how come when I went to the reform school, the teachers tried to escape?
Junior, I'd like to get him fingerprinted.
Yeah,
Oh, you're very wise. Come over here, son.
Yeah?
It'll only take a second to do this.
Tell me, what do they do with these fingerprints?
We send copies to the FBI in Washington.
Hey, what's that thing you got there? What's that?
This roller has printer's ink on it. We
Huh?
run it across this smooth metal.
Oh?
There. Now, give me your hand.
No, not to keep, though.
I wish I had a boy like him.
You don't know when he well or, do you?
Now, put your hand on the black pen.
You mean where you just put the ink?
Yes.
Get me fingers all black?
Yes.
And I look like I've been making mud pies?
Yes.
Not me. I just wash them.
Junior, knew what the man said.
No, it will hurt. The ink may not come off.
Yes, it will.
No, it won't either.
He's afraid he'll get dirty.
Yeah, I'm afraid I get dirty.
Bless his little heart.
Yeah,
Don't cry. See this nickel?
A nickel?
Yes. Well, stop crying and let the man take your fingerprints, and I'll get it changed and give you a penny.
Yes. Well, thanks, Sporty.
Come on now, like a big boy.
Yeah.
There's the right hand.
There we go.
There's the left hand.
There we are. Now what I got?
Go over to the sink and wash your hands.
Is that all?
Do copies of all the fingerprints go to the FBI in Washington?
That's right, but we do have thousands in our files here. Would you care to see how they classify them?
Yes, I would.
Fine.
You stay here, Junior.
Okay, I stay right here. Well, here I is, all alone. Just me, a bottle of ink, and a air conditioner. And me with no willpower. What? Now, a bad widow boy would pour that ink in the air conditioner, but a good widow boy would just leave it alone. Now, is I a good widow boy or is I a bad widow boy? I guess we all agree on the answer. On second thought, I'm not going to do it. I'm going to be good. I've been fingerprinted. I've sealed me doom, I guess. They would know who did it. I'm not going to do anything. Supposing something happened to my hands, though, then they would know if it was me or not. I know. I'm going to take my shoes off and toe print my feet. That's why I... There, now, I'll put the roller in the ink and run it around there a couple times. Now, put my right foot in there. Now, put it on the paper. And put my left foot over there. Now, put it on the paper. I better make sure it's me. I'm going to fingerprint my face, too. On my face. And that side of my face. And over here, this side of my face. And over here, this side. Now I'm going to fix my nose. Better fix my nose. Fix my nose down. Just in case you want to know who's they spanking, I better sit on the pad, too. Better fingerprint everything, you know. Yeah. Now I better wash up a bit. Oh, look at me in the mirror. Al Jolson as a little boy.
That's really very interesting, officer. Are we ready, Junior? Junior, what happened? Well, say something.
Mammy. 20, how I love you, how I love you.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
the Abbott and Costello show. We're on the air for ABC here in Hollywood.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello.
Yes, it's the Abbott and Costello Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood for your listening and laughing pleasure. Chuckles with a carload and music by Matty Malnick. So hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Well, it's about time you got here. Where were you?
Well, I went to the YWCA girls' play softball. And one girl was running to third base. She slipped and fell and landed in my lap, and boy, was I mad.
Why?
The umpire made me put her back in the game.
Yeah. Was she a pretty girl?
Oh, pretty. Yeah, but she was gorgeous. I made a date with her after the game, and brother, did she send me.
She did?
Yeah, but when I got back, she wasn't there.
Costello, why do you keep annoying every girl that you meet? Who do you think you are, Casanova?
Who do I think I who?
Who do you think you are? Casanova?
Casanova?
Huh.
I may not be Casanova, but people say that I'm as good looking as Van Johnson.
Who says that?
How do I know? Do you think I go around eavesdropping?
Well, if she's such a pretty girl, why didn't you propose to her and marry her?
I can't marry her. I don't know anything about her.
What difference does that make? In Africa, a man doesn't even know his wife until after he marries her.
What do you mean in Africa?
You dope. You don't even know what marriage is.
Yes, I do. Marriage is a friendship that got out of control.
Costello, you shouldn't have any trouble. Look, you shouldn't have any trouble getting married. Do you know that out here in Hollywood, there are 2 girls for every man?
2 girls for every man? Are you sure?
Certainly.
Then some dirty sneaker's got 4.
Costello, it's no use. You'll never get a girl until you settle down and become a man of regular habits.
I am a man of regular habits.
Then how come you were out until 4 o'clock this morning with that redhead that lives next door?
That's one of my regular habits.
Costello, I can't understand how girls go out with you in the first place.
Abbott, it's my terrific magnetism.
You got magnetism?
Yes, last week I picked up 2 blondes, a redhead, a brunette, and a rusty nail.
Why don't you be like me, Costello? I've got a way with women.
You haven't got away with many lately.
Is that so? I happen to be the reason that women leave home.
Yes. The day you were born, your mother took one look at you, and she hasn't been back since.
Get him out!
Ah, yes, the boys are on the beam tonight. And they'll be back on it in just about 1 minute. But first, let's hear this.
Costello, will you stop that walking up and down? What's the matter with you? What are you worried about?
Last night, my Uncle Mike was robbed while he was asleep.
Oh, now, wait a minute. How could your Uncle Mike be robbed? He's got all his money sewed up in his long underwear.
Oh, yes. Well, it was a hot night, and he left the back door of the bank open.
Don't
reason why you should worry.
No?
No.
Well, when I get on the next page, I'll find out why not.
Find out.
Oh, no, huh? Well, I got plenty of reasons. Saturday night, they arrested my Uncle Jim Kelly. He broke into a grocery store and he stole $390.
Well, why did he do it?
The poor guy was hungry.
Well, if he was hungry, why didn't he steal all the money, Lou? Why didn't he steal some groceries or something?
He's a proud man, Abbott. He likes to pay for everything he gets. And besides, he needs the money to buy a new car.
Oh, wait a minute. He'd be better off without a car. Costello, it's very dangerous driving in California.
You're telling me? In Los Angeles, you have to drive for 5 people. The one in front of you, the one in back of you, and the ones on each side of you.
Oh, wait a minute. That's only 4 cars. Where's the 5th?
She'll pull out in front of you any minute. Well, Abbott, I gotta leave now. I got a new job with my brother Pat in the trucking business.
Has he got his own truck?
Yeah, you should see it, Abbott. It's 1 inch wide and a block long.
A truck 1 inch wide and a block long?
Mm-hmm.
What does he deliver in it?
Spaghetti. Next week he's going to buy a round truck.
A round truck? What for?
Meatballs.
Oh, thanks. Is your brother Pat making any money in the trucking business, Lou?
Oh, yeah. She did so good last week that he bought his wife one of those new electric blankets. It saves her a lot of time around the house.
Now, wait a minute. How can an electric blanket help her with the work around the house?
Well, she takes the eggs and the bacon to bed with her. And when she gets up in the morning, breakfast is ready. That electric blanket is making her very popular, too.
What do you mean?
Last night, she turned it on too high, and now...
Yes?
She's the toast of the town.
Oh, Mr. Costello, I've got to talk to you. I've got a great idea.
Wait a minute, mister. What's the idea of breaking in here like this?
Well, I've got an idea that will make you two the most popular comedy team in radio.
What is it?
I'll stamp your name underneath every cow in the country.
Wait a minute. How will that make us popular?
Well, at least you'll have all the farmers pulling for you.
Hello, boys.
Well, it's Susan Miller.
Susan, I'm certainly glad you showed up tonight because I'm going to sing a duel with you.
Costello. You mean a duet. A duel is where somebody gets hurt.
You never sang with me, did you?
Now, when did you become a singer, Costello?
Well, I don't like to brag, but would you believe that I taught Bing Crosby how to sing?
No, I wouldn't.
You're right. But once in a while, I catch a sucker.
Costello, you don't know the first thing about music.
Well, I'll have you know I studied music.
Nah.
I went to a singing school. I used to study until I was blue in the face. And then the teacher presented me with a medal.
For being the best singer in the class?
No, for having the bluest face.
Well, I've got to go now, boys. I'm going swimming down at the beach. I bought one of those new French bathing suits. It comes equipped with a shoehorn and a hacksaw.
Why did they give you a shoehorn and a hacksaw with a bathing suit?
Well, the shoehorn gets me into the bathing suit. And after I wear it, I'll need the hacksaw to get me out of jail. So long, Costello.
You know, there goes a nice kid, Abbott. The only thing is she's money mad.
Money mad?
Yeah, she's mad because I ain't got no money.
So what? Remember, Costello, money isn't everything. You know, you can't take it with you.
It's nice to have it here so you can say goodbye to it.
You know, my family's always had money. In fact, my Uncle Rudolph was one of the first gold miners in California. One day when he was in the mine digging for gold, he was killed by a falling spade.
A falling spade killed my Uncle Tom.
Was he a gold miner?
No, he was killed by the ace of spades that fell out of his sleeve in a poker game.
Well, Costello, you'll never have to worry about money as long as I got it. We're pals. Share and share alike.
Well, I feel the same way about you, Abbott.
That's swell. You mean you'd share everything you have with me? If you had 2 cars, you'd give me one?
Sure.
If you had 2 houses, you'd give one of them to me?
I certainly would.
And if you had 2 department stores, you'd give me one?
Yes, sir. We're pals. Share and share alike.
Swell. If you had $2, would you give me one?
No.
Why?
Because I've got $2.
Well, that's the way you feel, eh? I thought I was your pal. Are you trying to tell me that money means more to you than I do?
I didn't say that, Abbott.
Well, does it?
Yes.
That settles it, Costello. I'm going on my vacation to New Jersey, and I'm not taking you with me.
Who wants to go to New Jersey now? When we were there last summer, the mosquitoes were so big they were carrying baseball bats. I woke up in the middle of the night, and two of them were sitting on my stomach holding a conversation.
Oh, now, don't be silly. Mosquitoes can't talk.
Don't tell me. These two were certainly chewing the fat.
You idiot. The only mosquitoes that bite are female mosquitoes.
Well, the one that nipped me when I was bending over to tie my shoe was no lady. The night your Uncle Roy got drunk, the mosquitoes were biting him all night, and it kept me awake.
Well, if they were biting him, why did it keep you awake?
Well, they'd bite him and then come over and sit on my bed and hiccup.
Well, Costello, on second thought, I don't think I'll go to New Jersey either. I need a complete rest where nobody would bother me, where the name Bud Abbott means nothing.
Oh, you're staying in town, eh?
Never mind that. Where are you going?
Well, I think I'll go to Honolulu. Last time I was there, I met a beautiful native girl. She was gorgeous, and what a figure. All day, she'd walk around carrying a big basket on her head. Then at night, she'd sneak off, and she'd meet me. Ah, brother, she taught me plenty.
She did?
Yes. You should see me carry a basket on my head.
Never mind that. Have you been getting plenty of rest?
No. And I've been having a lot of trouble going to sleep. Last night I didn't fall asleep till 11 o'clock.
What time did you go to bed?
5 minutes to 11.
Costello, you need Costello, you need a vacation. You've got to stop running around with girls. It's affecting your brain.
I think you're right, Abbott.
I know it.
Last night I had a date to pick up a girl at Hollywood and Vine. I drove down to Hollywood and Vine. Then I went to dinner, and all during dinner I felt as if I'd forgotten something. Then to a movie, and all through the movie I felt as though I'd forgotten something. Then I drove to Griffith Park, and I started to neck, and I still felt as if I'd forgotten something. Then I went home, and I remembered what I forgot.
What was it?
I forgot to pick up the girl. And each week at this time, the Abbott and Costello Show presents our feature singer, and here he is, ladies and gentlemen, Hal Winters, with Matty Malnick and his orchestra.
Brush those tears from your eyes and try to realize that the ache in my heart is for you. Brush those tears from your eyes and try to realize that from now on I'll always be true. I went away, but I didn't mean to stay, and I will regret it until my dying day. Brush those tears from your eyes and try to realize that the ache in my heart is for you. I went away, but I didn't mean to stay, and I will regret it until my dying day. Brush those tears from your eyes and try to realize that the ache in my heart is for you.
Well, Costello, we're going to do a murder mystery. You'll need a leading lady. Now, how about that blonde actress you're so crazy about?
I ain't going with her anymore, Abbott. We had an argument about mustaches. She likes them and I don't.
You mean she wanted you to grow a mustache?
No, I wanted her to shave hers off.
I thought she was rather pretty. She has such pearly white teeth.
Yes, and when we broke up, I asked her for a picture of her face so I could remember her lovely teeth.
Well, did she give you the picture?
She didn't have a picture, so she gave me the teeth.
Well, we've got to have a leading lady. Now, wait a minute. How about that little brunette actress?
No, I'm mad at her, too. We had a date at Hollywood and Vine last week, and she stood me up.
Did you tell her off?
I'll say I did. I says, how dare you stand me up at Hollywood and Vine? And she said she was sorry, and now we have an understanding.
You have?
Mm-hmm. Now she's going to stand me up at Sunset and Vine.
Costello, I think this idea for doing detective stories is going to be a flop. You know nothing about detectives.
Well, my whole family were detectives, Abbott. My Uncle Tom was smart as a whip, but they threw him off the force.
Why?
They found out there weren't very many smart whips.
I don't believe that. Why did Tom really get thrown off the force?
Well, if you must know, he was taking bribes. He used to put the money in his shoes, and the chief found it out.
If he put the money in his shoes, how did the chief find out?
He got 18 inches taller the first week.
Who else in your family were detectives?
Well, my twin uncles, Gus and Billy. They joined the force on the same day. Billy's first assignment was to find a gorgeous secretary who had stolen $1 million from her boss.
What was Gus's first assignment?
To find Billy.
Were any of the other Costello's detectives?
Yes. Two of my cousins, Bert and Harry. They were working on a case at the racetrack. They had to find a gang that was doping horses.
A difficult case?
Oh, very difficult.
Difficult, eh?
Yeah, very difficult. Bert and Harry disguised themselves as a horse and slept in the stables. One night a guy came along and jabbed them full of dope.
What did they do?
What could they do? They came in third and paid $280.
Well, never mind that. What is your Sam Shovel story for tonight?
It's one of my most famous cases. I call it the case of the boy named Tony, whose mother kept him locked in a closet, or Tony's Home Permanent.
Sounds interesting. Well, let's get on with the case.
And now, we present the adventures of Sam Shovel, Master Detective. Brought to you by Army Surplus Sales. And here is today's radio special. Something no housewife should be without. Yes, today you can buy Fort Dix. So, rush over to Army Surplus Sales and buy Fort Dix. Bring it home and surprise the little woman. And remember, when you buy, insist on the genuine Fort Dix. Do not accept March Field. And now for the adventures of Sam Shovel, Private Detective.
Yes? I'm Sam Shovel, Private Detective. I'm sitting in my little office down by the waterfront all by myself, playing gin rummy the hard way. The hard way. Without cards. I've been playing for 2 hours, and I owe myself $900. And I'm worried. I know I'm not good for it. Being a private detective isn't a bad racket. I remember the first day I opened this detective office. I threw a party. What a party. I bought a carton of beer, and as I was carrying it up the stairs, I tripped. All the bottles were broken. Beer was leaking all over me. Everybody cheered and congratulated me. I had broken my first case. As I'm sitting here now, I feel something creeping up behind me. It's Lieutenant Abbott of the Homicides Bureau. The man who single-handed caught Babyface Nelson, Babyface Cooper, and Babyface Brown, which wasn't too difficult considering they were all babies. Detective Abbott speaks.
Hello, Sam Shovel. My, it's dark in here. Why don't you pull up the shades?
Okay, I will.
Sam, it's still dark in here.
I know. I don't have any windows.
Just look at your office. An old herring barrel for a chair, a soapbox for a desk, A rug made out of old newspapers.
Yes? You may not believe this. Lieutenant, 5 years ago I started out with nothing.
Look out! Look out!
Look.
I scared you! Look. You got another fire. You got another one. Look out! Look out!
Hey, look. Somebody made a bullet hole in the ceiling.
Just missed killing me.
How could a bullet shot at the ceiling hurt you?
If I happened to be sitting on a chandelier, I would have been killed.
Shovel, what made you go into this dangerous business?
The prizes.
There's prizes in the detective business?
Sure. If I'm lucky, I may get to be Ellery Queen for a day.
They're awake.
What was that? Oh, just the backfire of an automobile. What was that?
That must be one of the tires yelling for help.
That sound came from the building next door. Who occupies it?
The Universal International Overseas Interstate Trucking Company.
Where do they ship to?
Glendale.
We'd better go next door and investigate. It may be the killer.
Wait till I get my weapons. My gun, my blackjack, and today's newspaper.
Today's newspaper's a weapon?
If I mess with the gun and the blackjack, I'll show him the headlines in the paper and he'll worry himself to death. Let's go.
Help! Help!
Hey, look. There's a man on the floor. He's in trouble.
What happened, mister?
Oh, I've been stabbed. They put a bullet in my shoulder, a dagger in my back, and all my ribs are broken. Oh.
Does it hurt?
Only when I...
Does it hurt, mister?
Only when I laugh.
Come, man. Tell us who stabbed you.
It was...
This man is dead. We've got to find out who the killer is.
I know. I'll ask Herman the stool pigeon. He'll sell us the information.
What makes you so sure he will?
For money, Herman would sell his own grandmother.
How do you know?
I bought her 3 times already. Well, I left Lieutenant Abbott and went looking for Herman the stool pigeon. Then made a trip to the Los Angeles waterfront, the toughest part of town. What a tough neighborhood. The only place in Los Angeles where the pedestrians knock the cars down. I was scared, plenty scared. My throat was so dry I could feel the seeds in my Adam's apple. I drew my trusty revolver. I didn't know whether to put it in my holster or in my pocket. When I decided to check if the gun was loaded, I held it against my head and pulled the trigger. Putting the gun in the hole in my head, I started for the docks. Suddenly I heard a voice. What are you like that for?
Sam.
What?
It's me, Detective Abbott.
It's dark. I can't see you.
I'm here on the wharf.
On the what?
Wharf.
I can't hear a word you're saying. There's a dog barking someplace. I looked up. Waterfront Lil was standing beside me. She was more beautiful than ever. She spoke.
Hello, Sam.
Hello, Miss Waterfront.
Call me Lil, you gorgeous hunk of man.
Okay, Lil, you gorgeous hunk of man.
Never mind the romancing, Sam. You've got to find out if she's a smuggler.
Okay.
Be subtle. Don't let her know you're after information. Okay, take it easy. All right. Okay.
Lale, are you a smuggler?
Sam, I'll tell you if you promise not to turn me over to the police. Now, promise you won't turn me over.
Why should I turn you over? You can't look any better on the other side.
Well, Lil, got you at last. I'm taking you in.
Oh, no, you're not. You'll never take me alive.
Quick, Sam, put the handcuffs on her.
She got me. I'm shot.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sam. Quick, Lieutenant, call an ambulance. We'll take Sam to the hospital.
No, not the ambulance.
Sam, don't you want to go to the hospital?
Yes, but I ain't riding in no ambulance through that Los Angeles traffic. A man can get killed that way. I'll walk.
Quick, get him out of here.
Keep the house lights down, boys. We'll have a curtain call by Abbott and Costello after a final reminder on this subject.
Costello, you certainly gave a brilliant performance as Sam Shovel tonight.
Thank you, Bud Abbott.
You're full of pep. Yes, sir, you certainly were effervescent tonight.
Did you ever see me when I effervescent? Effervescent. Now I know what happened to Baron Munchausen's riders. We've got them.
Right, upstairs is headed by Eddie Foreman, with Paul Conlon, Pat Costello.
And our producer is Charles Vander.
Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
Listen each Thursday night at this time for another great Abbott and Costello show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood. Be sure to stay tuned for the outstanding entertainment which follows throughout the evening on this ABC station.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is paper. P-A-P-E-R.
He spells, too. Really?
You bet your life. More than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers in America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
Careful how you handle that name. Oh, that's me. Well, here I am again with $3,500 for one of our couples.
Groucho, we have a pair of young, unattached people now who are...
Well, how lucky you are.
Who've not met each other up until this moment.
Oh.
I'd like you to meet them now. Just before we went in the air, our studio audience selected them. They're Miss Carol Silverspar and Mr. Robert Murray. Meet Groucho Marx, kid.
Well, welcome, youngsters, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Miss Carol Silverspar. Where are you from? That's an odd name, Silverspar, isn't it?
Yes, it's Swedish.
Oh, are you Svenska?
No, just the name.
Oh, just the name, huh? And may I ask how old you are?
Yes, I'm 20.
20, eh? And not married, huh?
Not yet.
Don't be so elated, Carol. And Robert Murray, huh?
That's right, sir.
That's a fine upstand. Where are you from, Bob?
San Francisco, sir.
San Francisco, huh? And what is your age?
26.
You're not married either?
No, not married.
What do you think of Carol here?
Well, my book, she's all right. Kind of cute.
Have you got your book with you? Maybe I could... You're in the book business, huh, Bob?
No, I'm in the paint business.
Oh. I thought you said in your... oh, well. I'm in the paint business myself, you know.
Fine.
I'm what they call the varnishing American. Among other things. Now, what company do you work for?
W.P. Fuller and Company.
Oh. They have good paints, too, huh? What's your job there?
I'm pebble mill operator. Paint mixer.
You make pebble? You mean you make big ones, little ones out of big ones?
Well,
what's a pebble mill?
Oh, pebble mill is a tank that's used in making paint. It mixes paint.
Oh, in other words, you mix paints, is that it?
Yes, sir.
Well, how do you mix them?
At first, you run a vehicle and a pigment together, and that makes a paste.
That's so. I should think if you ran a pigment and a vehicle together, you'd get pork chops. Now, Carol, who do you work for?
I'm with Rosemary Reed Swimsuit Company.
You work for an outfit that makes bathing suits for girls?
Yes.
Oh, that's about as dull a job as I can think of. Huh? What do you do there?
Well, I'm assistant to the publicity manager, and I also model suits and shows.
How do you feel about bathing beauties, Bob?
Oh, I like
Don't
them.
say you've never bathed any. That's a very old joke. I'm not in the mood for old jokes. By the way, are you busy tomorrow night, Carol?
Yes, I am.
She's not in the mood for old jokes either. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the $3,500 question. But first, here's some advice I want you to hear about.
Have you seen?
Did you ride?
Did you drive a new DeSoto? Hurry up.
Do it now.
At your dealers today.
Yes, do it now. Visit your DeSoto Plymouth dealer and get acquainted with the car that's designed for you and your budget, too. The 1952 DeSoto. Here's a car of solid comfort, with chair-high seats that give you plenty of legroom and smooth-riding Oriflow shock absorbers to baffle the bumps. There's added safety, with extra-wide windshield and window areas for better vision, and safety rim wheels to protect your family in case of blowouts. And remember the protection you get with DeSoto's waterproof ignition that lets you drive in any kind of weather. See it, ride in it, drive the exciting new 1952 DeSoto, the car that's designed for you and your budget, too. Now at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
It's designed for you and your budget, too. It's the 1952 DeSoto.
And remember, the dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, the value jewel of the low-priced field.
Let's see how you work together as a team. Mr. Fenneman, would you mind explaining the rules?
You bet as much of your $20 as you want on each of 4 questions, and the couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $3,500 DeSoto Plymouth question later in the show.
Here's your first question. How much of the 20 are you going to bet?
10.
Okay.
10? A large city in Wisconsin has the same name as the 4th President of the United States. What is the name of this city?
Madison.
Madison is right.
And you're on your way with $30.
I took some Madison right before the show. Remember, you're going for $3,500 tonight. How much of your $30 are you going to bet this time?
25.
Oh, yeah. The capital of North Carolina has the same name as a famous English soldier and explorer. What is the name of this city?
Raleigh?
Raleigh is right. Raleigh is right.
You now have $55.
Raleigh. Well, here's your third question. How much of the 55 are you going to bet?
50.
$50. One of the largest cities in Texas was named for the first president of the Texas Republic. What is the name of this city?
Houston?
Houston is right.
You climbed to $105.
This is your last chance to beat the other couples. You're going to bet how much?
We'll take it all.
You're going to bet $105.
$105.
The capital of Nevada was named after a western frontiersman. What is the name of this city?
Carson?
Carson City is right.
And you wind up with a grand total of $210.
Thanks, and thanks, and the season's greetings from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
We have a housewife and a grandmother for you now, Groucho, and here they are.
Come here.
Mrs. Myrtie Hardy Green and Mrs. Lois Coons. Ladies, meet Groucho Marx. Right in here.
Well, welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mrs. Mighty Hardy Green, eh? Well, you don't look very green, but I must say you look mighty hardy. You mind if I call you Mrs. Green?
No.
Where are you from, mate?
I was born in Chicago.
Do you live there now?
No.
Where do you live now?
I live in Wilsall, Montana.
Lois, where are you from?
I was born in Sydney, Australia.
Well, that's the Antipodes, isn't it?
That's right.
I see. How long have you been in this country?
5.5 years.
And you're a grandmother, huh?
Not me.
No. Oh. You've lived here how long?
5.5 years.
Well, say, you've learned to speak the language very quickly, haven't you? Did you have much trouble understanding people when you first arrived here?
Oh, they speak English in Australia.
I know, but very few people speak it in the United States. You say you're not a grandmother?
No.
Well, then, are you a grandmother, Mrs.
Yes,
Green?
I am.
Oh. You don't look like a grandmother.
I am.
May I ask your age?
Yes.
How old are you, Mrs. It's a question I always hate to ask. How old are you, Mrs. Green?
Well, I was 69 my last birthday.
Well, you certainly don't look it. You're a tribute to Montana. In short, Mrs. Green, you're a beaut.
Thank you. Montana?
What brought you to Hollywood, Mrs. Green? And don't say the Santa Fe Railroad, because that joke is older than both of us.
Well, I came to Hollywood on business for the National Federation of Grandmothers Clubs of America.
The National Federation of Grandmothers? You mean even grandmothers carry union cards these days?
They're organized.
Lois, how did you... We'll take this up a little later.
All right.
It's
Please
pretty
do.
serious stuff, yes. And something I don't want to skim by this. Lois, how did you meet your husband? Unfortunately, I understand you're married.
I was in a coffee lounge in Sydney, and an American came in. He was one of the first 3 Americans in Sydney. Then a week or so after that, my mother thought it would be nice to invite 2 Americans down for the weekend. And so she called him up and asked him to come down, bring a cobber with him.
Bring what?
A cobber. It's,
What's that, a bear?
a cove.
A cove?
Well, a bloke, a pal. You call it a pal.
I thought you had a bear in a cave there for a second.
Well,
You were lonely for a bloke, is that it? Lois, I'm always on the lookout for jokes from other countries. Could you recall one or two down under corkers?
Oh, dear. They told so many. Well, there was one about the American airman who was wounded and woke up in an Australian hospital after being unconscious. He opened his eyes and said to the nurse, "Oh, nurse, did they bring me here to die?" And she said, "No, they brought you yesterday."
Well, if that's a typical Australian joke, no wonder Australia is down under. Now, you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other couples, you'll get a chance at the $3,500 question. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but George is going to remind our listeners.
The young people won $210.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected Name the Fruit. Is that right?
Yes.
Here's your first question. How much will you bet, Lois?
10, huh?
$10?
10.
All right. What kind of a fruit is a Bing?
Cherry.
Cherry is right. I always thought it was a Crosby.
You're on your way. You have $30.
How much of your $30 are you going to bet on your second question?
25.
All right. What kind of a fruit is a Macintosh?
Apple.
Apple is right.
You now have $55.
$55. Here's your third question. How much will you bet?
Say 1 cent. Say 1.
Okay. You're going to bet $54.99.
Oh, wait a minute.
Is that right?
Oh, no, we better... Oh.
5.
You say 5?
Come on, time to
Say
wait.
5, then.
All right, you're going to bet $50. What kind of a fruit is a catawba? C-A-T-A-W-B-A.
Melon.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's a grape.
You now have $5.
Now, here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the $5 will you bet?
All 5.
Oh, $5. All right. What kind of a fruit is an Alberta?
Oh, peach.
Peach is right. Now, wait a minute. Now, we're going to give you one question here. This will be for $15, so that will give you a total of $25. Now, this is a tough question. I want you to think hard, and please no help from the audience. From what animal do we get a rabbit's foot?
Rabbit.
A rabbit is right. Now you've got $25. Thanks, and a Happy New Year from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Groucho, we have a special guest tonight, Mr. Robert W. Berry, Director of Civil Defense for the City of Los Angeles. His partner is a sailor from the United States Navy, selected by our studio audience just before we went on the air. And Groucho, Mr. Berry is really a rear admiral in the Navy, but, of course, we haven't told the sailor that yet. So let's bring him in now, shall we? Groucho, I'd like you to meet Mr. Berry and Seaman Cecil Hawkins. And here they are now.
Welcome, kids, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Now, let's see. Mr. Robert W. Berry and Seaman Cecil Hawkins, eh? Mr. Berry, where are you from?
Well, I was born on the east side of New York, on 91st Street and 3rd Avenue, over a saloon.
Over a saloon.
That's correct.
Say, you come right in my neighborhood. I used to live 93rd Street. I was born 78th Street and 3rd Avenue. Not over a saloon, though. I was born over a whisker chef, which is a bologna factory. And I've been dishing it out ever since. Sailor, what's your home?
Shreveport, Louisiana.
How old are you?
26.
How long have you been in the Navy, Commander?
Well, I'm not a commander. I'm a seaman. 8 years.
On this program, you're a commander. I just promoted you. What kind of a mud scow are you on?
Well, I'm on a tanker, AO-58.
A tanker?
Yeah, Manatee, USS Manatee.
Where did you go on your last trip?
Well, we just come back from Korea.
Say, as I recall it, your whole crew went down to the blood bank, didn't they?
Yes, sir, the whole crew, 100% of them, donated blood.
Well, I'm glad I have the opportunity to thank you personally, Cecil.
Thank you.
This ought to make a lot of people ashamed of themselves that the boys in the service have to do this. You have a lot of ribbons on your chest there, too. What do they stand for?
Well, Groucho, I got a few of them during the last war, and I'm getting a few in this one. I have the United Nations and the Korean ribbon, Japanese occupation, American theater, and Philippine liberation, and China service, and good conduct, so forth, so on.
Now, Cecil, I'm curious. What's life in the Navy like these days? For example, what's the first thing you do in the morning? Fall overboard?
No, we heave out and trice up.
You better explain. I don't think Mr. Berry knows what you're talking about. I do, but he doesn't. You explain it to Mr. Berry. He's a landlubber.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Berry, heave out and trice up is that you get out of your sack the first thing in the morning, and after you're out of your sack, you put your rack up. You see, you hook it up where it'll be out of the way of the passageway so the fellows can move about their work, you see.
What do you think of it, Mr. Berry? How do you like life in the Navy? How does it sound to you? You think you'd like it?
It sounds very interesting to me. Believe me, it sounds very interesting.
You can learn something from this fellow here. Huh? I can just see you heaving out and tricing up at 6 in the morning. Now, look, Cecil, you're out here in front of a lot of people. Is there anything about the Navy that you'd like to see change? You know, this is your big chance, you know. Go ahead, speak up. I'll protect you. Well, a lot of Navy people listen all over the world to this show, and you know, you might be doing some good for it.
Well, there's a new uniform they're trying to put out now, Groucho. It has pants pockets, just like the trousers that the civilians wear. Mm-hmm. And they don't look too well. It's sloppy looking, and it's not typical Navy as it always has been. And then the Regalia, they have 0600 Regalia every morning. That's 365 days a year. I'd like to see about getting that changed.
You realize, of course, this is mutiny, don't you, Cecil? There might be some admirals listening in. You better be careful. Commander, no, I think I'll make you an admiral now, Cecil. Would you rather be a vice admiral or a rear admiral?
Well, since you're promoting me, I'd rather be a full admiral.
Well, what do you want to be full of, beans? Why would you rather be a full admiral?
Well, full admiral is as high as you can go.
Well, some admirals can go pretty high, especially around New Year's Eve. Cecil, do you think I'd make a good sailor?
Well, frankly, no.
How about Mr. Berry here? How long do you think he'd last in the Navy?
Well, he wouldn't last very long. He might get through a hitch, then he might not. I don't think he'd be suited for the job. It's mostly for young men.
Well, what do you think of admirals in general? Or what do you think of generals and admirals? No. What do you think of admirals in general?
Well, I hadn't been around admirals very much.
Well, I have news for you, Cecil. This is the first time an admiral has ever been this close to a sailor. Seaman, I'd like you to shake hands with Rear Admiral Robert W. Berry of the United States Navy. Hi, Roy. Hi there. Cecil, I just said shake hands. You don't have to shake all over, you know. Now, how long do you say you thought he'd last in the Navy?
Yeah, not very long.
Well, Admiral, tell me, how long have you been in the Navy?
Well, I'm now retired, Mr. Marks, but I had 36 and a half years with the Navy.
Well, even now that you're retired, do you still have to heave out and trice up at 6 in the morning? And if you say yes, I'll cancel your shore leave. Admiral Barry, before we go any further, he's a real nice admiral, isn't he?
Yes, sir. Very nice.
You could be in irons, you know, in 15 minutes. Admiral Barry, before we go any further, I want to thank you for coming here tonight. I know how busy you are, so let's talk about your present job. I understand that you're in charge of civil defense in Los Angeles. Is that right?
That is correct, Mr. Marks.
And what does that consist of?
The main thing is to make certain to see that every man, woman, and child in the city of Los Angeles is conscious of civil defense.
Well, that's a very big job. It's tough enough just to see to it that everyone in Los Angeles is conscious. Now tell me, Admiral Barry, how can the average citizen participate in your program? Because this is real important.
There's several simple points that everybody should learn. One, I recommend wholeheartedly, Mr. Marks, that every household in our country have some person trained in first aid techniques. That training is given by our great American National Red Cross. That is at no cost to the citizen at all.
Well, suppose it was an atomic attack. What should the average citizen do about it?
Well, I think the main thing to do is know what to do with our utilities. That's the first thing to do. In other words, turn your gas, water, and electricity off at the normal appliance, right at the stove or the wall switch, but leave the electricity on so that you can turn your radios on. The radio's the important thing, so you can receive official instructions from your disaster organization in your local city.
I hope this is clear to all you people out there, because this may be very important to all of us. Well, Sailor Boy, have you thought of anything else about the Navy that you'd like to have changed? We have an admiral here, you know. Just speak up. He can't hurt you. He's retired.
Well, frankly, Groucho, I like the Navy. We'll just leave it like it is.
Well, apparently you do like it. That was the shortest mutiny in the history of the sea. Well, we're grateful to both of you, because the both of you are fighting to keep the rest of us safe and alive, and it's been a privilege to talk with you, and I wish each of you the greatest success in your jobs.
Well, thank you so much, Davis Marks.
Now you're going to play You Bet Your Life, and you beat our other couples, and you get a chance at the $3,500 question. Can't tell you how much you have to win, but George is going to remind our listeners.
The young people still lead with $210.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected words beginning with the letters P-E-R. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
Oh.
Talk it over with the Admiral.
Oh, well, we'll say $10.
$10.
Yeah.
What do you call a pleasant scent or fragrance? Begins with the letters per. P-E-R.
Perfume.
Perfume is right. Remember, you're going for $3,500. How much of the $30 will you bet on your second question?
You're the quarterback, Roy. Whatever you want.
Well, let's see.
That's a real admiral, shifting all the responsibilities of sailor.
We'll bet $25 of it.
$25. Yeah. Submarines use this device to scan the surface while remaining submerged. What do you call it? Begins with P-E-R.
Periscope.
Periscope is right.
You're climbing. You have $55.
All right, here's your third question. How much of the 55 you're going to go for?
$50.
$50. What is it called when you bear false witness or speak falsely under oath? P-E-R.
Perjury.
Perjury.
Perjury is right. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 55?
No, they have
$105. How much you going to bet?
Shoot the word.
Shoot the word.
Shoot.
105.
What is the word beginning with per, used in punctuation, marking the end of a sentence?
Period.
Period is right.
And you wind up with a grand total of $210, and that means that you're tied with the young people, our first couple. They also had $210, and in just 1 minute you'll both get a chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $3,500 question. It's open season for New Year's resolutions, and I hope you car owners make a firm resolve to take better care of your car this coming year. You know, expert service, regular service, including proper lubrication, will add many miles of safe driving to your car, with a definite saving on gas and oil, on tire wear, and on replacement of parts. And friends, no place, anywhere, is better fitted to give you this kind of service than a DeSoto Plymouth dealer's. Because DeSoto Plymouth dealer's service is tailored to the highest standards. The mechanics who work on your car are trained in factory methods. They work with the most modern tools and equipment. And if your car should need it, your DeSoto Plymouth dealer has access to the right factory-tested and approved replacement parts. All this adds up to top service, and you'll find it's courteous service at a fair price. So resolve to do your car a good turn this year. Take it where you see the famous sign of better service, the friendly sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And here come our winning couples, the young people and the Admiral and the Sailor, all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $3,500 question. Everybody in.
Okay, here we are now. Here we go with two couples tied for a chance at the $3,500. Each couple will decide on a single answer and write it down on one of these cards. If both couples get it right, we'll split the money between them. Okay, you have 15 seconds after I read you the question. Here it is. In 1595, Sir Walter Raleigh led an expedition to South America in search of a mythical city of great riches. Many other adventurers later searched in vain for this legendary city of gold. For $3,500, what name do we know it by? Write it down on a piece of paper. I'll read the cards, one card at a time. This is Lake, what is this?
Titicaca.
No, that's not, and Inca is wrong. It's El Dorado, I think.
El Dorado.
El Dorado is right. There it is.
Nice try, Rod. Nice try.
That was a tough question. I'm sorry, the correct answer is El Dorado. That means the big question next week will be worth $4,000. Well, you lost the big money, but you each won. How much did they win?
$210 in the
Well, that's not too bad. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight. From the DeSoto Plymouth dealers, you bet your life.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $4,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember... See the 1952 DeSoto.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. In today's high-speed traffic, it's more important than ever to keep a safe stopping distance behind the vehicle ahead. Stay at least one vehicle length behind for every 10 miles per hour under good conditions, but more when streets are wet and icy. Oh, by the way, Groucho's on the cover of Time magazine this week. Thought you might like to read about him. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Well, sir, it's late afternoon as we enter the small house halfway up in the next block now. And here in the living room we find Mrs. Victor Gook and her son, Mr. Rush Gook. Sade, who's established in her husband's easy chair beneath the floor lamp, nods over a novel she received as a Christmas present, while young Rush, lying at full length of the Davenport, gazes at the ceiling and thinks thoughts. But suddenly sounds are heard in the kitchen. Listen.
Hey, in here, guys. Your mother home? She's asleep.
I'm not either.
Well, you look like
Is she upstairs? No. What's the big commotion?
Oh, look, kiddo.
Hello. Are you going?
Listen, there's a special lodge meeting called for this evening.
We're playing 500 with Fred Ruthie this evening.
Well, that'll have to be called off. L.W. Eakins from Chicago headquarters is in town. Look, you two guys will have to jump in and help a fella out. I've got to wear my regalia and memorize a special ritualistic greeting and everything else. Have to be down at the hall by 5:15. It's almost 4 now. Andy, hop up from there and stand at attention and be ready to receive orders. You want me to go up? I want you to get me my lodge stuff from upstairs, make a telephone call to Hank Gutstop, and dig volume 7 out of my lodge library, out of the bookcase, and 69 other things. Kiddo, you'll give me a hand too, won't you?
We got an engagement with Fred Ruthie. You know yourself.
Well, that'll have to be canceled. I'm sorry, but it can't be helped.
I better phone him right now, then. Give him a chance to make other plans.
All right. Goose cutter, let's not stand around with our teeth in our mouth. Trot along and
Second, Vic, till I get through calling Ruthie.
Well, I got no time to waste.
Well, I'm not going to have you fellas plowing around upstairs and tearing the house apart. There's stacks of Christmas presents in every single clothes closet, and I'm the only one that knows.
Okay, but make it snappy. Rush, get me volume 7 out of the bookcase.
Okay. 2572X, please. Correct.
I have to learn an official greeting by heart. And I have to phone Hank Goodstop and dictate an official greeting for him to memorize. Maybe you can do that.
What's all this that's going on now? What excuse shall I give him? You can't...
L.W. Eakins is in town.
Who's he?
One of the major executives of the Chicago headquarters of the Sacred Stars.
Hello, lady. I bet you were taking a nap.
Volume 7 now.
That's so? Well, Rush and me been doing the same thing. Vic went downtown right after dinner and just this minute got home.
This is what I have to memorize.
Yeah.
Paragraph, huh? Yeah.
Oh, my, I bet you were. How long they stay?
Run up quick now and bring me down my lodge regalia. All of it.
Well, I should think so.
Boots, sword, tunic, plumed hat. Your
pants
ain't available.
Golly, yes.
What do you mean? Well, I'm lending them to Tom Hackett.
Happens every time.
Who's Tom Hackett? Butcher over in Middleton's butcher shop. He needed him to be Santa Claus.
Say. Well, what does Fred think?
Say.
Hey, a person's trying to talk over... Excuse me, Ruthie. Vic's trying to say something in just a second. What's the matter?
Are my lodge pants upstairs?
I suppose they're upstairs if you put them upstairs.
You lent them to Tom Hackett. Don't you remember?
Oh, golly, that's right. He took the part of Santa Claus, and I...
Well, this ain't the
Well, you can drop by and pick them up. His landlady will give them to you.
His landlady can go jump in the lake. I haven't got
Wait till I
time
get through here, Vic. Ruthie's waiting on the wire.
You may inform Ruthie that...
Lady,
This what you
I'm
have to memorize?
sorry. Yeah.
Oh, little frenzied brother of mine, wring your
Sure.
touching hands and listen for the call of the golden oriole. As maidens dance by the flashing
Oh, what?
pool in the mischievous tarantella.
Rush, will you be quiet? Both of you be quiet. Say, lady, I better tell you why I phoned. Yeah. We're not going to be able to play 500 this evening. No. Well, it's like this. Vic's Lodge is having a special meeting. Yeah, some fella from Chicago's in town, and I guess he's... Who's the fella, Vic?
Will you get through there and explain about my pants?
I asked you a question. Who's the Chicago fella?
L.W. Eakins.
Is the big, large muckety-muck?
Yeah.
He's some man named Mr. Eakins, some big muckety-muck in the lodge. Yeah. Uh-huh. Well, look, this don't make any difference to you and Fred, does it? Uh-huh. Well, I thought I'd better get in touch with you right away so you could make other plans. Yeah.
Will you make that snappy?
Later on in the week will be grand. Surely. You bet. Well, you explain to Fred. Yes. All right, Ruthie. All right. Goodbye. There's no call to work yourself into a stool. You can pick up your lodge pants on the way downtown.
I have to dress here.
All right, let's Rush trot over after him.
Trot over after him, Rush. Tom Hackett lives on North Center Street, don't he? I haven't the remotest idea.
Yeah.
Shall I go there first, or shall I go to Smelly Clark's house first?
Smelly Clark's house.
plumed hat. Didn't you bring that back? Oh, my.
What's this mystery now?
Well, don't jump through the ceiling, but Rush, let Smelly Clark take your
You
plumed
give me
hat.
permission, Mom.
Yeah, but I certainly thought you'd use your head enough to get it
Rush,
back.
let Smelly Clark take my plumed hat. Get you what?
To use as an ornament on his Christmas tree. See, they wanted something to put on the tip top of the tree to make
You
it...
may round me up my plumed hat in my lodge rope without another second's delay.
Hadn't I better go...
No. Sid, I will make a little speech about what I think of people who lend out private possessions of others to every hat-wit in
Well,
town.
goodness, I never expected
I
that
will
you-
make my speech later. Right now, however, I'm very closely pressed for time and would like to ask you to do me a favor.
What is it?
Telephone Hank Gutstop and read him this paragraph. He's supposed to memorize it.
I don't like Hank Gutstop, Dick.
It won't hurt you to call him on the telephone, will it?
Well, I don't like him, and he knows I don't like him.
So
And
my own wife won't cooperate with me in the matter of the greatest importance.
what you want me to tell him?
I want you to read something to him. You'll have paper and pencil and write as you dictate. Here's the place right here.
Don't have to read a whole book to him, do I?
Just this paragraph I'm pointing to.
What's it supposed to be?
Regular prescribed official greeting from an exalted Little Dipper to a visiting dignitary. Hank has to memorize.
Hey,
What's the matter, pray?
well, this is that Greek junk.
Latin jump.
You expect me to make out a bunch of outlandish gibberish
As
and
simple as pie. Read it just like you'd read English.
kick over the people's bank building before I
It
try?
sounds just like it looks. The first word is hic. H-I-C. Hic. Read it just like you'd read anything else. Here. Hic dignitas apellorum dum proximian hobo. Huius agricola upcu hunc. Sim spittle defetus in slab dum cornicum.
I won't do it.
Sadie, surely after lending my lodge pants to a perfect stranger to be Santa Claus in and giving my plumed hat to a hyena to put on his Christmas tree, you won't
I'll
refuse
read something in American, but I'll kiss a cow before I'll make a ninny out of myself with that Greek junk.
Okay, I'll memorize Hank's greeting. You can memorize my greeting. We'll switch speeches.
Yours printed in American?
Yeah,
Let's see it once.
right here. Oh, little frenzied brother of mine, wring your clutching hands and listen for the call of the golden oriole as maidens dance by the flashing pool and the mysterious tarantula crawls
I'm not going to
down-
read that either.
What?
I'm not going to read that either.
Sadie, can it be possible
Imagine me
that
calling
you...
that old Hank Gustaf on the telephone and calling him pet names and telling him to wring his hands and dance with the girls and play in the splashing
Was
pool.
that Rush?
Huh?
Rush? Yeah. He hasn't left the house yet.
Well, I expect...
What is the idea, sir?
I brought you your boot.
My boot.
Your lodge boot.
Where was it?
In the basement. I knew it was down there, so I hunted all over the furnace room till I found it. There you are.
Where is my other boat?
That's the big mystery. I looked every doggone place I
Where
knew.
is my other boat?
I let Miss Husher have it
What for?
to hang over the fireplace at Christmas time. It's always been a custom in her family to use boots instead of stockings for Santa Claus to put his presents in.
Hackett has my pants, Sally Clark has my plumed hat, and Miss Husher has my other boot. Is that correct?
Well, goodness, you didn't give a person warning. You wanted everything all at once. I'd had the slightest inkling.
Where's my sword?
Right upstairs in your bottom dresser drawer. It's all wrapped up nice and ready to use. Shall I go get it?
How about my robe?
Your robe?
My robe.
Charlie Reeves has come borrowed it.
And my tunic?
Oh, what'd you do with his tunic, Rush?
You sent me over to Miss Brighton's with it.
Oh, she wanted to use it
Hackett has my pants. Mary Clark has my plumed hat. Miss Husher has my boot. Charlie Razorskum has my robe. And Miss Brighton has my tunic. I haven't much lodge regalia left. I haven't much...
ringer.
Oh, yes, the telephone is ringing.
I'll answer it. It's probably Ruthie.
You don't need to look daggers at me, Gus. I'm not implicated.
Hello? Yes? Oh, why, yes, he is. Just a second for you.
Hank Gutstop?
I think so. Yes, it is Hank Gutstop. Recognized his voice.
He wants his official speech. Read it to him.
Oh, Vic, I just can't read that Greek chunk over the telephone.
Here's the book.
Vic, I just can't.
Here's the place.
I'll read the American.
Take this.
I'll read about the maidens and the splashing pool.
Read what I'm giving you.
Vic, I just can't.
Read.
Hank? Hick, Dignitas, Apolorum, Dum, Cluck, Simeon, Hobo, Huey, Us, Agricola, Up, Q, Hump, Sim, Fiddle, in Slob, Dum, Cornucopia, Itch.
Which concludes another brief interlude at the small house halfway up in the next block.
Vitalis for well-groomed hair and Trouche, the beforehand lotion, bring you Duffy's Tavern, starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner. Say, men, here's the way to lick the problem of dry, unruly hair. Hair dried out by sun, wind, and water. It's with Vitalis and the famous 60-second workout. No hair preparation can give your scalp and hair better protection than Vitalis and the 60-second workout. For the Vitalis formula contains two of the same ingredients that many skin specialists prescribe for dry, flaky scalps, plus all the other extras that make your hair more handsome, more healthy looking. So try the Vitalis 60-second workout. Let it prevent scalp and hair dryness, rout flaky dandruff, and give you the best-looking, healthiest-looking head of hair you ever had. You look your best tomorrow if you get a bottle of Vitalis today.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Where do you like me to eat? Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Business? Well, it's been a little slow all week, but I'm sure it'll pick up as soon as a customer comes in. Yeah, the way it's been going, all we ever use the cash register for is a paperweight for the IOUs. Huh? From now on, everybody pays cash? But, Duffy, you can't do that. We can't treat our clientele that way. This is high-class people, accustomed to charge accounts, people with backgrounds. These are second- and third-generation chiselers. Huh? I got to collect all outstanding IOUs? But, Duffy, how can I? Well, I can. Most of our customers is broke. You can't expect me to get blood out of a tulip. Huh? Okay, I'll do the best I can. Eddie.
Yes?
Eddie, look, how many dinners did we serve tonight?
Let's see. You eaten yet?
No.
None.
That bad, huh?
Yeah. Well, let me put it this way. You see that mouse over there nibbling at the free lunch?
Yeah?
The minute he reaches for a toothpick, the dinner rush is over.
Eddie, you know our policy. No jokes about the free lunch. Also, we got another new policy. No more charge accounts. Duffy saw about the customers not paying their bills.
Well, it ain't the customer's fault.
What do you mean?
Well, it's the way they were brought up. When other kids was learning the ABCs, the ones in this neighborhood was learning the IOUs.
Well, irregardless of the reason, we got to start collecting. Now, hand me that box of IOUs there.
Okay. Want to help me lift it?
Okay, here, get hold of it now.
Well, that takes care of the A's.
All right, now let's get to the B's. Incidentally, did you notice how systematic I got them boxes? Read the labels, Eddie.
Let's see. Won't pay. Refuses to pay. Never will pay. What about this one?
What about it?
No label.
Oh, that's for the deadbeats.
Quite a system, you know. What about this one? The one labeled disregard.
Oh, well, them is IOUs from guys 6 foot tall, over 200 pounds. Hey, Miss Duffy, come here. I want you to help check these IOUs.
Oh, okay.
Now, let's see here. Let's see. That was a sight laugh. Let's see. Louis the Lush, 25 cents. One-Eyed Gold Fob, 25 cents. Clancy the Cop, 25 cents. Herbie the Midget, 12.5 cents. Miss Duffy, render them gentlemen a statement, huh?
Oh, okay. What about this IOU from Grease Tub O'Rourke?
The gourmet?
Yeah. It's for $8.60.
Oh, yeah, $8.60 at the time he threw the big birthday party,
Yeah. That was 5 years ago, and he hasn't been in since. I think we ought to sue him.
Miss Duffy, a man that spends $8.60 in one night ain't the kind of customer who can afford to antagonize. Now, let's get to the next one here. Let's see, Willie Schultz. 8-course dinner, IOU 20 cents. I think we're going to have trouble collecting that one.
Why?
He says we padded the bill.
We did.
Archie, look, the trouble with you is you're too soft. You let everybody take advantage of you.
Maybe you're right. You know, to get along in business today, you got to be tough and ruthless, you know. Give me one of them IOUs.
No, okay. Here's one from Lightfinger Lynch.
Lightfinger Lynch, yeah, that crumb. Give me the phone. I'm going to call him up.
Maybe he's out.
No, I'm pretty sure he's in. Hello? I'd like to speak to Lightfinger Lynch. He can't come to the phone, huh? Well, look, Warden. I don't want to alarm you, but I think it's only fair to warn you that you are harboring a criminal. I'm sick of being nice to people.
Miss Archie, that customer over there.
What, a seedy-looking guy?
Yeah, he just finished a hamburger and he wants another one.
So?
He's got that IOU look in his eye.
Well, kick him out.
But, Mr. Archie, he looked kind of shabby now. He looked like he could use a meal.
Eddie, I tell you gotta be tough. Now, let me handle this. Good afternoon, me good man. Me maitre d' here informs me that you have ordered a XX hamburger. Have you got any dough?
No, I'm broke.
I thought so. Get out of here, you crumb.
But, mister, I'm still hungry.
So what? People without dough ain't got no business getting hungry. Here. Let me help you to the door, me good man. And here's a little something to remember me by.
Oh. Mr. Archie, did you have to kick him?
Oh, sure. Why not?
Well, wasn't the hamburger punishment enough?
Eddie, the trouble with you is you're too soft. In this world, believe me, it's every man for himself. Dog eat dog, and the devil take the hindmost. Hello, Finnegan. What can I do for you?
I think I'll have a ham sandwich.
Ham sandwich on what?
On credit.
Sorry, Finnegan, we got a new policy. From now on, no more IOUs.
No more what?
IOUs.
Look, I'm old enough. You don't have to spell in front of me.
Cut out the asinines, will you? And while we're on the subject, how about paying the 15 cents for that Parmesan cheese sandwich last week?
Gosh, I'm broke.
Well, then why did you eat the sandwich? What kind of a man are you, anyhow? You want to go through life not paying bills? What do you think people are going to say about you when you die?
Probably the same thing they said about my Uncle Horace.
What was that?
Let's bury him.
Finnegan, stop trying to evade important issues with flippant quips. Now, pay me the 15 cents.
Well, okay, I'll pay you.
Good.
Can you lend me 15 cents?
Where am I going to get the 15 cents?
Well, you always get it out of the cash register.
Yeah, but how am I going to get the dough to put it back?
I'll give you me IOU. You see, then we'll all be even.
We'll be even?
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, I guess we would. Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
That way we'd be clipping you for an extra 15 cents.
How come?
Well, you only had one sandwich and we'd be holding 2 IOUs.
Don't worry, Arch. I didn't hold the sandwich. Yeah, so it works out even, you see. But anyway, why do you make all this fuss about one little sandwich?
It ain't the sandwich, it's the principle. There's a lot of people that's affected economic-wise by that cheese sandwich.
Oh.
You see, cheese is made from milk.
Yeah.
Now, that milk has to come from a cow.
Yeah.
So, naturally, there's the farmer that owns the cow. Now, this farmer has a daughter.
Archie, I don't like to stop you, but I just heard the story yesterday.
This is a different story.
Oh.
Talking about economics now. Now, you see, the farmer's daughter, she milks the cow.
Yeah.
Then there's the man that has to deliver the milk to the market. And the man that homogenizes the milk into cheese. All kinds of people. Then there's Al Jolson. And hundreds of other people.
How do you like that? All them people making a living out of a sandwich I ain't even paid for.
You know, Finnegan, if you wasn't such an old friend, I'd be forced to ejaculate you. Just like I threw out that bum a few minutes ago.
You threw a guy out?
Yeah.
I hope it wasn't the guy I heard about on the radio.
What guy?
Some millionaire that goes around dressed like a bum.
You mean Bing Crosby?
Archie, Finnegan's talking about J. Everett Poindexter.
J. Everett, who's he?
Well, here, it's right here in the paper. He's a millionaire who goes around posing as a bum and hands out $1,000 bills.
Whom to whom?
To people who are kind to him. People who help others less fortunate than themselves.
J. Everett Poindexter, huh?
Art,
yeah?
How does a guy get to be a bum?
Well, first he gets married.
Yeah?
That's all. J. Everett Poindexter.
Look, is getting married the only way to become a bum?
Well, no. A guy can start as a panhandler, a vagrant, a hobo.
A radio comedian?
Yeah, of course. Eddie, you wasn't at Libin, was you? J. Everett Poindexter.
Archie, what's the difference between a bum and you?
He gets paid.
Boy, Eddie, she thought she had you.
Art, I hate to pursue this subject, but does one have to go to college to become a bum?
Well, not necessarily, but it helps. Finnegan, why all this sudden interest about bums?
Well, Art, as you know, for some time I've been dabbling in unemployment.
Yes?
Now I'm thinking of making it a profession.
Now, Finnegan, you wouldn't want that kind of a life.
No, that ain't for you.
Nah, you gotta live outdoors all the time.
Yeah, depend on people to give you free clothes and meals.
Don't have no job.
No regular hours.
Nobody to tell you what to do. Eddie.
Yeah, I wonder when we could join up.
Oh, what's the use of dreaming? J. Everett Poindexter. Miss Duffy, you say he poses as a bum and gives away $1,000? Eddie, that bum I threw out, it might have been J. Everett Poindexter. Finnegan, quick, we got to get the guy back. Go out and round up every bum you can find and tell him that I'm inviting to come down here.
Okay, Art, but what if they refuse the invitation?
Well, just tell them we're holding open house at Duffy's Tavern.
Well, make up your mind. You want them to come or don't you?
Cut the wisecracks, Eddie. Now get going, Finnegan, quick.
Oh, hello, Arch.
Oh, hello, Joe. Glad to see you. We're holding open house here at the tavern.
Open house?
Yeah.
You mean the ceiling's caved in again?
This is a different kind, Joe. You see, I got a new slant on things. I want the joy of helping others, the satisfaction of unselfish generosity, the pleasure of charity for charity's sake.
The thrill of getting $1,000.
Eddie, the farthest thing from me mind was J. Everett Poindexter.
Hey, who's he, Arch?
He's a millionaire that goes around handing out dough to people that does good for other people, see? An eccentric.
Oh, really? Well, I'll see you later, Arch.
Where you going?
To find that millionaire. If he's looking for people that help others, what's wrong with me?
You mean?
Certainly. I help a lot of women.
Sounds interesting. Tell me about it, Joe.
I help women every week when I tell them that for the softest, smoothest, loveliest hands, they should use Trouchet, the beforehand lotion. What greater help could you give a woman than to tell her about a hand lotion like Trouchet that she can put on beforehand? before she does dishes, before she does light laundry, so her hands will be protected even in that hot, soapy water. And what greater help could you get from a hand lotion than to be able to use it not only beforehand, but any time? Any time you need a creamy, softening lotion. Truly, anyone who wants to help herself to smoother, softer, lovelier hands should begin today to use Trouchet.
You know, Joe, listening to that talk about Trouchet just gave me an idea. You know, if Poindexter gives me that $1,000, you know the first thing I'm going to do?
What?
Buy a set of earplugs.
Well, Art, boy, I got a flock of them.
Yeah, huh? You round up all the bums in the neighborhood?
Yeah, and there's one guy I think must be that millionaire, that Poindexter.
No kidding.
Yeah, I was watching him pick up cigar butts.
Yeah?
This guy didn't pick one up unless it had a Cadillac tire mark on it.
Well, all we can do is hope.
Yeah.
Where did you find all these guys?
Oh, down to the Bowery, and the docks, and the city dump, and the lobby of the Ritz.
What was you doing at the Ritz?
Looking for strays.
But how could you tell the gentleman from the bums?
Oh, that's easy. I just walk up to a guy and say, "Hey, you big bum."
Yeah?
If he sucked me, I knew he was a gentleman. But I certainly did a good job for you, Art.
Swell. What'd you finally wind up with?
1 black eye, 2 front teeth, and 14 bums.
Yeah, huh?
Tell me something, Miss Archie. When these bums come in for the handout, what are we going to use for food?
The same food that people eat here every night. By the way, is there any left?
Food or people?
Look, Eddie, if it's good enough for the rest of the bums that come to this place, it's good enough for them bums. Now, let's see. How can we make them feel at home? Tell you what, put a sign out in front, hobo spoken here. Let's see, what else? Oh, yeah, Eddie, what can we do to make the place look like a boxcar?
Just put it on wheels.
Hey, Art, look. Here come the bums in now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, look at them. Look at them, Eddie. What do you think?
Well, they certainly add tone to the place.
You ain't kidding. You know, one of them bums may be J. Everett Poindexter himself. Eddie.
Yeah?
That tall, distinguished bum over there, the one with the cardboard vest and the plug hat.
Yeah?
Sort of bump into him and see if he jingles, huh? Hey, wait a minute. First, I'll address him. Gentlemen, welcome to Duffy's Tavern, where I hope you will find a safe and friendly haven from the cares and strifes of this unfriendly world.
For this, I had to leave a nice shady spot in the gutter.
I hope you gentlemen will accept our fine, unselfish gesture in the spirit...
Hey, Bodie, air in this place.
What about it?
Where are you hiding the goat?
Maybe you're right. The atmosphere does seem a trifle putrefied. Eddie, please close the door to the icebox.
I can't. We need the light.
Look, cut the gab. Where's the food?
Coming right up. Eddie, fetch this gentleman a hamburger while I test out to see which one is Poindexter. Tell me, sir, not that I wish to be subtle, but do you ever smoke expensive cigars like Coronas?
Partly.
Yeah. Tell me, do you like the V-type overshaft drive on the new Cadillac?
I don't know. I've been traveling on my private car on the Santa Fe.
Yeah. Sir, I wonder if we have any important friends in common.
Well, I know your boss.
You're a friend of Duffy's?
Yeah.
I guess I was wrong. The guy's a bum.
Hey, Doc, where's the hamburger?
Coming right up, sir. Eddie, I tell you what. You talk to that guy while I talk to this one, see?
Okay. Excuse me, sir. What line of business are you in?
Well, up until last month, I had a steady job at the Fulton Fish Market. After that, I became a bum.
Fish market, huh? How long did you work at the market?
Eddie, did I hear the word market?
Yeah, this gentleman worked there.
Oh, really? Tell me, sir. You say you was connected with the market?
That's right.
What was your connection?
Well, I don't like to mention it.
Go ahead. You can tell me. What was you doing?
Cleaning up.
Do you mind if I ask what you cleaned up?
Oh, about 5,000 fish a day.
What did you do with these 5,000 fish?
Threw them away.
You threw them away?
Yeah, all except the fins.
What did you do with the fins?
Oh, I just handed them out for the kids to play with.
Eddie, the guy is loaded. Look, tell me, J.E., why did you leave the stock exchange?
The stock exchange? I'm talking about the Fulton Fish Market.
The fish market. Eddie, throw this imposter out.
Come along, Mr. Kind. Generous old Archie wants to kick you out.
Wait a minute, Eddie. I got a scheme. Gentlemen, how would you all like to step up to the bar for a round of free booze? Just a minute. What about you, sir? You seem to be shaking your head no. You don't drink?
That's right.
May I ask why?
I got an ulcer.
Eddie, we got the millionaire.
Just a minute. Now, just because he got an ulcer don't mean he's a millionaire.
Oh, no? When you're a millionaire, you got money, ain't you? And when you got money, you got dames. And when you got dames, you got worries. And when you got worries, you got ulcers. Now, let me back to the guy here. Sir, it gladdens me heart that you people came here tonight. It does something to me. It stirs up a real warm glow inside of me to realize that I'm making you bums happy.
Well, if it gladdens your heart so much, how come you kicked me out of here a little while ago?
Oh, that a mere slip of the foot, right, Eddie?
Yeah, the sort of tongue-in-shoe.
Sure, just a boyish prank. But back to kind old me. Sir, I have always been kindly. It started when I was a kid, helping old ladies across the street. Sometimes I'd walk blocks just to find an old lady.
But what if she didn't want to cross the street?
That was her tough luck. That's the thing about kindness. When one has a passion for it, one does not care whom it hurts. Take me. On my day off, I spend hours riding the subway, even when I ain't going nowhere, just so I can stand up and give some old lady my seat. So that's the way I feel about you, sir.
Bartender, how about a drink?
Are you bum?
Certainly not.
Then beat it. As I was saying, take you, for example, sir. I have a feeling that if we were to look underneath those patches in your pants, that we'd find something very rare. A heart of gold.
Archie, that's all I wanted to hear. I think I owe you an apology.
An apology?
Yes. I'm not really a bum. I am J. Everett Poindexter, the millionaire.
I'm afraid I have never heard of you, sir. But please be our guest. Come on, everybody. Soup's on.
Yes, sir. Help yourself, gentlemen.
Just a minute. I need a fork.
A fork?
I don't like to pick up this food with my fingers.
You mean you haven't washed your hands?
I mean I have.
As I was saying, Mr. What was your name again, sir?
Poindexter.
Oh, yes. As I was saying, J. Everett, I am always anxious to help the other fella. I'm what they call a philanderer, you know? Love to help people. Now, take that poor downtrodden soul there. You, sir.
Yeah?
How would you like me to get a job for you so you can go to work?
Work? Please, not while I'm eating.
You mean you don't want me to get your job?
What I want a job for? To support a bum like me? Go get lost, you crackpot.
The mercy of charity is sometimes strained. But as I was saying, good night, sir. I think he should be with the Notre Dame backfield. As I was saying, Mr. Poindexter, I like to help people, and if I had a little extra wherewithal, say $1,000, I could do no end of good deeds.
Archie, who's paying for all this food you're handing out tonight?
Well, you see,
who owns this place?
Well, Duffy's the owner and proprietor, but I'm the real figurehead.
In other words, Duffy bought this food?
Well, Yes and no. Excuse me. Hello? What, Duffy? What about the bums? Now, look, don't fly into a transom. Now, hold the line a minute, will you? Eddie, take Mr. Poindexter out of earshot. Hello? Hello, Duffy. You coming right down to kick them out? But, Duffy, you can't again. Hello? Hello? Oh, no. Eddie, we got to work fast. Duffy's coming down. Now, introduce me quick so I can make me charity speech. Huh?
Okay. Ladies, gentlemen, honored guests, millionaires, and bums, I would like to say a few words about our benefactor, Good Archie. In all the years I've known this gentleman, he has always thought of the other fella and how to do him a favor. Like when there's any work to be done, this kind gentleman always let me do it. Why? So Mr. Duffy won't catch me loafing. He has always been generous and kind. And now, to make a tall story short, I present to you bums a man I feel is one of you. Mr. Archie himself.
Thank you. J. Everett and fellow bums, it behooves me to make a long speech at this point, but I'm afraid I ain't got time. However, I find me reward in having you here, and if there is anyone in our monks that feels that some money should be handed out, I say that now is the time for that gentleman to open up his big fat wallet. Mr. Poindexter, do you have anything to say at this point?
Yes. I'd like to make a slight presentation.
Okay, but hurry it up.
Friends, tonight I'm going to reward a great humanitarian.
That's nice.
Archie, look who's in the doorway.
What? Duffy himself. Poindexter, quick. Give me the $1,000.
Just a second. Gentlemen, I deem it an honor and a privilege to bestow this token of gratitude upon the man who made this grand evening possible.
Thank you.
And so I present this $1,000 to our good friend, Patrick J. Duffy.
That's dirty Duffy. Duffy, did you have to come down here tonight? Don't you know that charity begins at home?
Yes, it's a hit. Thousands of men have switched to new Benex brushless shave cream. Thousands are discovering that Benex gives them the best shaves they ever had.
Mister, it's time you, too, tried Benex, the new wonder shave with a sensational beard-softening formula.
Benex brushless leaves your face feeling extra smooth and comfortable.
And Benex doesn't clog your razor or drain.
But don't take our word for it. Just try Benex yourself. Get a tube at your nearest drug counter.
Or we'll send you a big 25-cent tube free. Write your name and address on a postcard and mail to Benex, B-E-N-E-X, Empire State Building, New York 1, New York.
Remember, buy Benex brushless or get a big 25-cent tube free by writing Benex, Empire State Building, New York. Hurry, offer limited. It's time now to leave Duffy's Tavern for this evening, but let's meet here again at the same time next Wednesday when our guest will be Cass Daly. Duffy's Tavern is brought to you by Vitalis for well-groomed hair and True Shea, the beforehand lotion. Today, more than ever, the people of the world look to America for leadership. If they find us fighting among ourselves, discriminating against racial and religious groups, these frustrated, tired people will turn to a way of life that we know means war and bondage. Let us Americans demonstrate that men of different races, religions, and national origins can be united in freedom. Let us, by our example, bring a hope and faith in our American way of life so the rest of the world will choose democracy and peace. Each Wednesday, Bristol Myers brings you Duffy's Tavern and Mr. District Attorney, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
new. It's amazing. It's Prell. P-R-E-L-L. Procter & Gamble's new Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube. Prell brings you The Life of Riley. Prell, the shampoo that removes unsightly dandruff in as little as 3 minutes, leaves hair more radiantly clean, radiantly lovely, presents The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. The family we are about to join, that of Chester A. Riley, is a typical American household consisting of 2 parents and 2 children. Junior is a normal 13-year-old boy. Babs is a normal teenage girl. Peg Riley is a normal housewife, and Riley himself is, he's the father. Being a typical family, though, the Rileys occasionally have their minor disagreements.
Daddy, you've simply got to do something about Junior.
Well, what's the matter with Junior?
Babs is right, Riley. Lately, Junior's been impossible.
Do you know what he had the nerve to do? He took my diary out of my drawer and read it.
Okay, so he read your diary.
And this morning he was shooting off his BB gun in the house. And he used my Uncle Baxter's picture for a target. He shot a hole right through his forehead. Well, what's so funny?
That bullet's the first thing that's gotten through your uncle's head in years.
We're talking about Junior.
Really, Daddy, you just have to do something with him.
What do you want me to do, give him away? I've had him 13 years. I got too much money invested in him.
Oh, but he gets worse every day. He's so wild.
Boys will be boys, Peg. They got a lot of energy. Why, when I was a kid, I was always getting into scrapes. I remember once I filled my water pistol with tomato ketchup and squirted it all over a nice clean bed sheet hanging on the line. Did my mother tear her hair? No. She took the bed sheet and used it as a tablecloth. Looked natural. And our tablecloth had holes in it, so we used it as a bed sheet, and that looked natural. Believe me, boys will be boys. Unless they're girls.
But, Daddy, you have no idea what Junior's like.
Well,
hello, Pop.
Hello, Junior.
I'm going over to Egbert.
You're staying right here, Junior.
What's the matter?
Your father wants to have a talk with you.
Well, what about? What did I do?
Don't try to be so innocent. You know very well what you did, reading my personal diary.
Now, Babs, he's only a kid.
And ruining my uncle's picture.
Peg, let the kid live.
And breaking your father's new pipe.
What? Let me at that kid. He's a fiend. Morning, Joe.
Morning, Riley. Better hurry up and punch that clock. You don't want to get to boot, do you?
Ah, don't worry about me, Joe. Old man Stevenson wouldn't fire me. Why, I'm the backbone of this plant. Stevenson would never give the boot to his own backbone. Hi-ho, hi-ho, it's off to work I go. I've been late before. If the boss gets sore, I'll tell him where to go. Hi-ho, hi-ho.
Did you see a ball, mister?
No, Sonny. No.
You did so.
No, kid, I didn't see no ball.
Yes, you did. You snitched it.
Now, wait a minute, kid. I didn't touch your ball.
You're a big fat ball stealer.
Why, you fresh-looking... Who you calling fat?
So there you are, Cecil. I've been looking all over for you.
Oh, hello, boss.
Oh, Riley. I see you've made my nephew's acquaintance.
Oh, your nephew, Mr. Stevenson. What a darling child. I was just going to pat him on the head.
You big fat ball stealer.
I really must reduce.
Cecil, that's no way to talk to Mr. Riley. I don't know what to do with the kid.
Make him a foreman.
Come back to my office and wait for me there, Cecil.
Oh, all right.
And don't bite my secretary again.
Interesting type of child, boss.
My brother's kid. He can't handle him either. Takes him to a psychologist twice a week.
Oh, to get him psychoalkalized, huh? That's a lot of bunk, you know.
Well, it's good in most cases, but so far it's failed. Here, say you have a boy, haven't you, Riley?
Oh, yeah, sure. Junior, he's 13.
Does he give you any trouble?
Junior, never. Perfect little gentleman. That's because I know how to handle boys.
We can't do a thing with Cecil. Yeah. Can't get him interested in anything. Buy him toys, he breaks them. Buy him books, he burns them. Does your boy read books?
Oh, yeah, you bet. Lately he's been reading one my daughter wrote. I mean... Oh, he's a great little reader.
I'm going to have that kid in my hands all day. My sister-in-law talked me into taking him down to the plant. I'm afraid to let him out of my sight for a second. He's liable to stick his head in the dynamo.
Oh, that would be awful. So hard to get new dynamos these days.
Say, Riley, I've got an important all-day conference with the executives of the Bank of America, and I wonder if you'd do me a big favor.
You want me to go to the conference for you? Sure.
No, not that. I'd like you to... Oh, I hate to ask you.
Oh,
but...
go ahead, Ed.
Well, I don't like to impose on
Go
you.
on, boss.
That's really not fair
I'd
to
be
you.
happy to... What is it, boss?
Would you take the day off and just look after Cecil?
Could we start this whole conversation over again?
But I don't want to play with him, Pop. He's just a kid.
How can you say that, Junior? Just look at Cecil. He's a very sweet little boy.
No, I'm not. My psychologist says I'm antisocial.
Now, Cecil, be a good boy and play with Junior.
I'm a schizophrenic, too.
I don't want to play with him, Pop.
Junior, come over here a minute. Now, listen, Junior, you got to play with Cecil. I don't want no trouble with my boss.
Pop.
Listen, Junior. I ain't going to use physical force on you because you're getting pretty big. But you're going to do what I say. And this ain't your mother talking or Babs. You're getting this straight from the horse's mouth.
Okay, I'll play with him.
Good. Now, Cecil, what do you and Junior want to do? You want to play some nice games? How about a swell game of hide and seek, huh?
No.
Well, how about a game of tag?
No.
How about follow the leader through some nice dark swamp?
Yeah, I got a football. You want to play football?
Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll play too, huh?
No, you two guys would jump on me.
This kid's a mind reader. Now, look, Cecil. There must be something you want to do. Can you draw? You want to draw some pictures, huh?
I can't draw good.
Well, Junior will teach you. He can draw great. How about it, Cecil? Huh?
All right, I'll humor you.
Junior, get your crayons and draw some pictures for Cecil, huh?
I don't want to.
Junior, I'm losing my patience. I'm entitled to respect. If you don't do like I say when the circus comes to town, I ain't taking you. You'll have to sneak under that tent without me.
Okay, I'll draw him pictures.
No, it's better. I'll go on up in the attic where you won't be in anybody's way.
Why can't we draw in the living room?
Because the couch is in the living room, and for the next 2 hours, I'm going to be on that couch. I just spent 20 minutes with Cecil, and I'm antisociable. Well, Cecil, how are you and Junior been? Hey, where's Junior?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Cecil, where's Junior? What did you do with Junior?
I cut off his head and burned him up in the incinerator.
Cecil, you're a very naughty boy. That incinerator is only for rubbish. The incinerator? Oh, my poor Junior!
What's the matter?
Oh, Junior, thank heaven you're safe.
Oh, hi, Fooja! Hi, Fooja!
Why, you... Okay, Cecil, darling. Time to go home now. Come along.
I want the picture. Give me the picture.
What picture?
Of the cow. Give me it.
Here, you can have it, Cecil.
Well, Junior, I'm glad to see you drew lots of pictures, like I said.
Well, I didn't actually...
You were a good boy and you obeyed me, so I'm raising your allowance to 40 cents.
Well, thanks, Pop.
Well, come on, Cecil. Your uncle set his car for you. The chauffeur's waiting outside.
I hate him.
Cecil, wait a minute. Look, your uncle's going to ask you how you liked it here, so you tell him you had a swell time and I treated you swell and you think Riley's a swell guy and that I ought to get a raise. You understand, huh?
Yeah, I understand.
Are you sure now? Now, what are you going to tell him?
I'm going to tell him you're a big fat monster and you didn't give me anything to eat and you beat me and I'll tell him to fire you.
What a revolting development this is. Good morning, Mr. Stevenson. You wanted to see me?
Yes, I did, Riley. It's about Cecil.
It ain't true what he said. I didn't beat him.
Take it easy, Riley. I know you didn't. I'm used to Cecil's stories by now.
Oh, that's a relief. Oh, that kid sure is a problem. Did he say I was a big fat monster?
Yes.
Well, that's an awful thing to say,
Well,
boss.
don't worry about it. He says I'm a big fat monster, too.
Yeah, well, he knows you better than he... You're his uncle. I'm a stranger.
Well, I don't think Cecil will give us much trouble from now on. The psychologist found out what's wrong with him.
He ain't human?
Well, it's not as bad as all that. You see, they found out that Cecil's got the mind of a 9-year-old, but physically he's only 7. And as a result, there are emotional conflicts.
Oh, yeah, I get it. His brain is too big for his britches, huh?
They found out something else, too. It seems that Cecil's always been dominated by women. His mother, his sisters, his aunts. A woman has always told him what to do and what to say and what to eat.
7 years old and already he's living the life of a married man. No wonder he makes trouble.
There, she's frustrated, so he's very aggressive.
Well, that's very interesting. How did this psychologist figure this out?
In a way, you were responsible.
Me?
Yeah. You know that drawing he brought home from your place?
Oh, you mean of that crazy-looking cow?
Yeah, that's the one. Well, that's how the psychologist found out what's wrong. He analyzed this drawing. You know, they have special techniques.
You mean that he looked at that drawing and he could tell that the kid that did it has a 9-year-old mind and gets kicked around by women?
More or less. It's all a little beyond me, but this psychologist is tops in his field.
Oh, the poor kid. Well, what's the cure? There must be a cure.
But don't get so upset, Riley. You'd think it was your own kid.
Oh.
Now, there's a cure, all right. All we've got to do with Cecil is to let him express his personality, not let those women dominate it.
And that'll fix it.
Oh, yes. He'll be a normal kid in no time at all. Well, thanks for all you did, Riley.
Oh, don't mention it, boss. Say, this whole thing taught me a lot. Well, goodbye, boss.
Goodbye, Riley.
Oh, my poor Junior. He's 13 and he's only got the mind of a 9-year-old. No wonder he's been so bad. He don't like Babs and Peg to dominate. He's frustrated. But I'll cure him if it's the last thing I do. Before I'm through, that boy's going to have a mind like I got. Oh, the poor kid.
Prell will bring you the second act of The Life of Riley in a moment. It's talked about wherever you go. It's Prell, 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 Procter & Gamble's Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube. Millions of attractive women say,
my very first Prell shampoo made an amazing difference in my hair. Left it so beautifully radiant, so easy to comb and manage.
and men, too, agree.
Prell shampoo's a wonder for removing unsightly dandruff. That man-sized Prell lather does a thorough job. Leaves a man's hair and scalp feeling clean and fresh.
Yes, that's what you hear everywhere you go. First, because Prell leaves hair more radiant than any soap shampoo. Leaves no soap film to cloud its natural sheen. Second, because Prell removes unsightly dandruff in as little as 3 minutes. Doctors' examinations proved it. And Prell's economical, too. It goes farther than any known shampoo, cream, or liquid, because it's more concentrated. Prove it for yourself. Tomorrow, ask for Prell shampoo.
Prell shampoo.
By Prell. And now back to The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley.
Is that you, Riley?
Now, hello, Peg.
Hi, Daddy.
Peg, where's Junior?
In the bag. He's hanging up my laundry. He's been a perfect angel ever since you scolded him. He does everything I tell him to.
He does? For Babs, too?
Oh, yes, he's been a darling. He did errands for me. This afternoon he went all the way to the library for me, twice.
So what's the matter, Riley?
Peg, how old is Junior?
You know how old he is, 13.
Well, are you sure?
Well, of course. He was born in 1935.
Yeah, I know, but are we positive that he's 13?
Well, it's simple arithmetic. It's 1948. He was born in 35, and 35 from 48 is how much?
9?
Of course not, Daddy. It's 13.
That's what I thought. I gotta have a talk with that boy right away.
Now, leave him alone, Riley. You have one talk with him, and everything's fine. Now, don't spoil it.
Peg, you just don't understand boys like Junior.
Oh, I don't, eh? I just happened to be his mother for 13 years.
Well, I happen to be his father for 9, so we're even. If I want to talk to him, I'll talk to him. My head's made up.
What'd you want to talk to me about, Pop?
Junior, listen, I just spoke to your mother and sister.
Oh, I was obeying them honest, Pop. I obeyed them.
I know. And it's got to stop.
What?
I said it's got to stop. You're old enough to understand simple English. After all, you're 9 going on 10.
Huh? Oh, Pop, instead of waiting till the summer, why don't you take your vacation now?
This is no time to talk about vacations. Now listen carefully. You've got to stop being dominated by women.
But you said to obey them.
Never mind what I said. Just do what I say. Now listen. From now on, any woman tells you to do something and you don't want to do it, don't you do it.
Every woman?
Yes, everyone. Your mother, Babs, your girlfriend.
But why, Pop?
Because they're ruining your life, son.
They are?
Yeah, so you got to fight them. Don't let them shove you around. You do what you want.
Gee, Pop, I just don't get it.
Never mind. You can trust me. Oh, believe me, if there were only men in this world, you children would have a much easier time of it. Hi, Dumplin', I'm home. How's my sweet little wife this evening, eh?
Chester Riley, I want to talk to you.
My sweet little wife sounds a little sour.
Never mind the comedy. What did you say to Junior yesterday?
Yesterday? Well, nothing special, just a little father and son talk.
I told you to leave him alone.
What's he done now?
What hasn't he done? He's worse than ever. He won't do a thing I tell him, and he's downright rude. And he's been fighting with Babs constantly. Why, he even had a fight with his girlfriend, Marilyn. She was here this afternoon, and he sent her home in tears. Oh, I don't know what's the matter with that boy. He's acting like a 10-year-old.
A 10-year-old? Well, great, he's already a year smarter.
What? Now, Riley, we've never spanked either of the children, but if Junior doesn't...
Wait a minute, Peg. Did you ever stop to think that this might not be Junior's fault?
Well, then whose fault is it?
Yours.
What? Why, that's of all...
No, Peg, no. Take it easy. Calm down. Your face is purple. Clashes with the green wallpaper.
You have the nerve to tell me it's my fault?
Well, it's kind of complicated. You see, you're Junior's mother, but unfortunately, you're also a woman. Eh?
Oh, I see. And just when did you discover this?
Today. You see, you're dominating the kid. Of course, you don't mean to. You're unconscious half the time. I mean of dominating him. Do I make myself clear?
Riley, instead of waiting until the summer, why don't you take your vacation now?
Never mind the vacation. I'm trying to explain something. You see...
Hello, Pop.
Oh, hello.
Well, it's about time you're home. Where have you been all this time?
Nowhere.
What's that letter you got there?
Oh, it's for Pops, from my teacher.
From your teacher. You see, Riley, I told you. Now he's making trouble in school.
Now, take it easy, Peg. Let's see what the teacher has to say. Dear Mr. Riley, I am gravely concerned over Junior's behavior. He has always been a model pupil, but today I was shocked by his actions. He has become Peg, what's this word here?
Incorrigible. Oh, Junior.
Is that bad?
It's very bad.
That's good.
What do you mean it's good?
Well, let's read the rest. He is rude and disobedient to such a degree that I thought it best to arrange an interview with Dr. Bergman, the school psychologist.
A psychologist? What for?
So the teacher noticed it, too.
Noticed what? Riley, what are you tapping your forehead for like that?
Well, Junior, would you leave us alone for a minute, please?
Okay. But remember, Pop, you said you'd back me up if I did what you told me.
Yeah.
Riley, did you tell Junior to disobey?
Well, I had to on account of a drawing.
What drawing?
Of the cow, the one Junior drew for Cecil.
Oh, will you please make sense?
I'm trying to tell you, the reason he's so forward is because he's backward. In his mind.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Why, he's been getting A's all his life. How can
Look,
he suddenly...
we'll straighten the whole thing out when we see the psychologist. I heard about this Dr. Bergman. He's one of the best experts on backward minds. We'll take Junior to see him.
All right. And while we're there, we'll let him take a look at you, too.
Oh, my head. I'm all mixed up. I got to get straightened out.
It's a good thing I dropped in.
Who's that?
It is I, Digby Odell, the friendly undertaker.
Oh, I'm glad you're here, Digger. I feel terrible.
You're not looking well. Much worse than most of the people I've seen lately.
Well, maybe I need to go away for a long rest. You know, some nice spot in the country where there's grass and flowers and nothing but peace and quiet.
I know just the spot. Would you like me to drive you there?
No, I got to stay in town and see a psychologist about my junior. Poor kid, he's not getting much fun out of life.
The youth of today seems so restless. Things were different when we were boys. We had gay sport. Tell me what's wrong with the dear lad.
Well, I hate to say it, but the kid was born 13 years ago, but he's only 9. I mean, in his mind.
Your junior?
Yeah.
Pibble, tush and pibble. Where did you get such a preposterous notion?
Well, I got it sort of second-hand from a psychologist.
Psychologist. When I opened my first place of business, things were very quiet. I became neurotic. A psychologist told me, Odell, you will be a failure as an undertaker unless you concentrate on your work. Throw yourself into it. If I had, where would I be today?
I don't know. This other psychologist is a big shot. Can a big doctor like that make a mistake?
I've known many a doctor to make a mistake, but I've covered up.
Well, I'm seeing another psychologist in a few minutes.
It can't do any harm. But don't worry about it. Take it from me. Your boy is all right. He's bright, alert, and alive. And I ought to know who's alive. Well, cheerio. I'd better be shoveling off.
Now listen, Peg, I'll do all the talking with the psychologist.
All right, but I hope you make sense.
Well, don't worry. And, Junior, don't you worry either.
Okay,
Relax.
Pop.
Everything will be okay. You're alive, Digger Odell says so. Oh, here's the doctor.
Good morning. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. I'm Dr. Berkman.
I'm Mr. Riley, and this is my boy, Junior.
How do you do? Well, let's all sit down and have a little chat. We'll see if we can't find out.
Oh, I know what the trouble is. You see, Junior here, well, his mind is Bakward.
I'm not back.
Junior, the doctor knows best.
Oh, Dr. Bergman, Junior's perfectly all right.
Yes, go on, Mr. Riley. What gave you the idea that Junior was backward?
Well, that's what the other psychologist said.
Oh, I see. You took him to see what?
No, Junior made this drawing, see? Only he gave it to this kid Cecil, and his psychologist analyzed it, see?
Just a moment. Are you talking about Cecil Stevenson?
Well, yeah, how did you know?
Mr. Riley, I want to show you something. Is this the drawing?
Hey, where did you get that?
I'm Cecil's psychologist.
Oh, you're the one. You analyzed.
Yes, I thought it was Cecil's work.
No, it was Junior's.
No, Pop, I didn't draw it.
You didn't, but I thought, well, why didn't you tell me this?
Well, why didn't you ask me?
Well, I thought, I didn't know. I didn't think that if you... Doc, this kid's confusing me.
Believe me, it isn't hard.
Now, let us all be serene. Did Cecil draw this or did he not?
No, he didn't. We found it in our attic.
What? Let me see that drawing.
Here you are.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Well, what's the joke, Peg?
Oh, Riley, you drew this a long time ago.
I did. Well, what do you know about that? Oh.
Well, what's the matter?
Oh, Doc, you gotta help me. Oh, this is terrible.
Well, what's wrong?
Well, you said whoever drew this has a 9-year-old mind.
Well,
when I drew this, I was 37. I'm a problem child.
The Rileys will be back in just a moment. Prell tells itself to all the family. Yes, Prell, Procter & Gamble's Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube. Listen to what Mrs. Norman H. Roby of Chattanooga, Tennessee has to say about Prell.
I find that Prel tube a convenience in so many ways, especially when shampooing my small son's hair. And we all love that rich lather, that clean fragrance, and the shining results of Prel.
Yes, your whole family will love Prel, too, once you try it and see how radiant Prel leaves hair, how quickly it removes embarrassing dandruff. Ask for it at your favorite shampoo counter. Try Prel.
P-R-E-L-L Prel shampoo leaves hair radiant, gleaming bright. Not a bit of dandruff is in sight. Comes in a tube, handy too. P-R-E-L-L Prel shampoo.
Oh, Riley, will you stop worrying? You really haven't got the mind of a 9-year-old.
Well, thanks, Peg, but the drawing...
But you heard what the psychologist said. In your case, it doesn't prove anything. There are other factors to consider.
Oh, and the drawing don't prove nothing.
Of course not.
Sure. What am I worrying about? After all, it's ridiculous to think that a woman could dominate me. Why, the woman don't exist that can tell me what to do.
Riley, when you finish washing the dishes, put out the garbage.
Yeah. Psychology. What a laugh. A woman trying to give me orders? The more I think of it, the more I have to laugh. Actually, I dominate women. Now, where's that garbage? It must be...
Procter & Gamble invites you to join us again next week to hear The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. The script is by Alan Lipscott and Reuben Chip and Dick Powell. Mrs. Riley is Paula Winslow. Digger Odell is John Brown. The Life of Riley is produced by Irving Brecker. And remember, for more radiant hair, free of unsightly dandruff, get the shampoo in the tube. P-R-E-L-L. Prel Shampoo.
Another run. My favorite nylons, too. How do some girls make their stockings last so long?
Wise girls know they're safe in snow. Yes, safe in wonderful Ivory Snow. Lovely nylons can stay lovely longer with Ivory Snow Care. Its ivory mildness helps safeguard stocking glamour, reduces stocking runs. And Ivory Snow is speedy, too. Gives instant suds even in cool water. It's the only soap, both ivory mild and granulated. There's no other soap like it. Ivory Snow Care is wonderful for all nice washables. Your hands will tell you why. Wash dishes with Ivory Snow as millions do. See how it pampers your hands. Then you'll know lovely washables can stay lovely longer with wonderful Ivory Snow.
This is Ken Niles reminding you to listen again next Friday when Procter & Gamble again brings you a full hour of entertainment. First, Red Skelton, and then The Life of Riley. Goodbye.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Granny's, Abner. I believe that's our ring.
I dog Islam, I believe you're right.
Now, see. Hello, Jot 'em Down store. This is Lum and Abner.
Now, let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, the first major trouble resulting from the proposed Wonderful World Apartments has arisen. Cedric, in an effort to establish a residence for himself so that he'll have something to trade for one of the new apartments, has put up a tent right in front of the Jot 'em Down store. And there's nothing Lum and Abner can do about it, because they once sold this small strip of ground to Cedric to help him get a library card. As we look in on the little community today, we find Lum in the Jot 'em Down store and library. Abner has just entered. Listen.
Oh, howdy, Abner. You back already?
Yeah, there weren't many delivers today. I know that everybody's sure curious about that tent they said they put up out in front of the store there, Long.
Yeah, that's disgusting. That's what it is. Plumb disgusting.
Yeah, they all think we put it up for some reason or another. Oh, what are you studying there?
So it's the floor plan of the first floor of the apartment building. Mousy brung it in a little while ago, and I'm checking it over to see if it got everything in it.
A floor plan? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Well, you don't have to plan to build a floor, Lum. All you got to do is just take some boards and nails and nail them down. There it is.
Well, that ain't what a floor plan means, though. It shows which stores is going to be where and how big the size of them is and where the doors and windows are going to be at and all such as that.
Huh?
Oh, for goodness sakes, there he is again.
Who?
Cedric sticking his head in the door.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Mr. Lum, can I borrow a cup of sugar?
Sugar?
No, you can't, Cedric. Besides, you're supposed to save on sugar. Well, I just need a little bit for my coffee. Be patriotic, though, and drink it without it.
Sure.
Yes, Mom. Well, then, can I borrow some coffee? No, you can't borrow no coffee, Cedric. Now, get out and stop bothering me. Yes, Mom.
Doggies, Long, you oughtn't to be so sharp with that boy.
Well, I have to be. Been doing that all morning long, sticking his head in here and asking to borrow something. Pillars and my rocking chair and candy and magazines and I don't know what all. He's getting to be an awful nuisance.
Well, how does he figure he can borrow candy? You're supposed to buy that.
Oh, he thinks just because he's a neighbor of ours now, he can run in here and borrow anything he wants.
Well,
He says his mama does that with her neighbors.
well, I do know. Now, I reckon what he wants with that coffee.
Oh, he's more than likely fixing to get his own lunch out there.
Well, how can he cook it? He ain't got no stove in that tent.
I don't know. All I know is it's a disgrace to our store, and I wished I knowed some way of getting shut of him.
Well, I do, too. He's got it so close to the front door there, everybody can't hardly get in or out of the store. Why don't we just tell him to take that dad-blame tent down and go on home with it?
We can't do that, though. He's got a legal right to be there.
Legal right?
I looked up that piece of paper we read out when we sold him that little strip of ground out there, and it's got both his and our signatures on it.
It has, huh?
Yes, sir. He just paid us a few dollars for it, but according to the law, he owns it, and he can do anything he wants with it.
Well, why don't we just give him his library card back then, Lum? That's the only reason we sold him the ground was just so he could get to be a property owner and get a library card.
I know, but giving him his card back won't change nothing. He paid for the ground. That's the thing that counts.
Well, why don't we buy it back from him then? Offer him more than he paid for it.
I've already did that. Fact is, I went as high as $50, but he won't sell it no price.
He won't, huh?
No, sir, he's bound and determined he's going to live there in that tent, right in front of our store, no matter what happens.
Well,
he thinks living there is going to get him one of them apartments.
Well, he can't trade in a tent for an apartment. He's got to have a house.
I know that, but just try and tell Cedric that. He won't listen to nobody. But I ain't got time to worry about him all day. I got a lot of work to do on these plans here.
I thought Mousy had it all did already.
No, these are just rough drawings. I got to make a lot of changes in them and all.
Changes?
Yeah, now, you see, he's got the setting room. The minute you open the front door, you walk right into the setting room.
Yeah, well, that's a general thing.
I know, but I'm going to change that. See, when a feller comes in to sit down, he's got plenty of time, ain't he?
Well, there's a rule. Yeah, if he's going to sit in a setting room, he's loafing around.
Well, take, for instance, a dog. The dog always turns around 3 or 4 times before he lays down.
Yeah, well, I don't do that. I just come in and sit down. I don't rush about it. I generally have a lot of time, but I don't turn around.
But when a feller comes in a house hungry, he wants to sit down and eat.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, when I go home to my victuals, I want to walk right in and sit down and start eating.
That's the way with me, so I'm putting dining rooms right in the front door. Open the front door and you walk right into the dining room.
Well, I do know. And then the sitting room's right behind the dining room, huh?
Yeah.
Hey, doggy, that's a good idea, Lum. Why, sure it is.
And some more changes we'll make. Now, take, for instance, the way he's drawn in the Jot 'em Down store here. Look at the size he's made it. Just a little bitty thing.
The store, whereabouts is that at?
Right there, that little box.
Right here?
Granted, even the elevator's bigger than our store the way he's got it drawn.
Oh, well, is this here supposed to be the elevator right here in the back of the store?
Yeah, that was my idea, putting it in the back end of our store. That way everybody will have to walk through the store every time they come in or go out.
And I figure we can sell them some stuff when they're going through the store here.
Why, sure, that's a good idea, sure.
But if the store's going to be a little bitty thing, as Mousie's got it down here, won't be no room for nobody to walk through.
No. We might build a balcony on there. Uh-oh, he's back again.
Mr. Lum, can I borrow some ketchup? No, you can't, Cedric. Well, then, can I borrow the 2 paper plates?
2 paper plates? What do you need 2 for, Cedric?
Oh, I'm having a friend in for lunch.
A friend? Who is it?
It's Mr. Grandpap.
Oh.
He's brung over his camp stool and a can of beans and some weenies. Can I borrow them plates? No, you can't borrow no paper plates, Cedric. Now leave us alone and don't stick your head in our door no more. No, Mom.
No, because I figured that Grandpap would start hanging around that tent sooner or later.
Yeah.
Ain't no one thing Grandpap likes better than to go camping. I recollect one time him and old man Hodge.
I don't want to hear it. Grandpap ought to be ashamed of himself. A grown man his age sitting out there on a little camp stool eating lunch. It's disgusting.
Why, sure, he's too old for such as that.
Let's see, now, where was we? Oh, yeah, the elevator.
Yeah.
I don't know what come over Mousy making a mistake on the size of the store this way. Whoever heard of an elevator bigger than a store?
Well, here, Lum, the way that elevator's sitting there, maybe we can just make that into the feed room and put some of our stuff back in there, feed and flour, to set it back in the elevator there.
Well, that wouldn't be no good. Somebody might come in to buy a sack of flour, and we'd have to wait till the elevator come down before we could sell it to them.
Oh.
That wouldn't work out.
No, I reckon not, no.
Couldn't do no business with our groceries flying all over the building.
No. Well, wait a minute. Why don't we put all our groceries and dry goods and everything on the elevator, and then we can just go right along with it?
Come over that again, Abner. Granny, I believe you're getting a idea there.
Well, I said just put the whole store right on the elevator, make it a great big elevator. Well, even bigger than the one Mousie's got drawed there.
Granny Abner, I believe you've got an idea there, I tell
Why,
you.
sure, just put the whole store right on the elevator.
Yes, sir. Granny, that's it, Abner. That's it right there. This will revolutionize the grocery industry.
Well, good.
Yeah, instead of making folks come to the store, we bring the store right to them.
Sure, just go up to every floor.
All they got to do is just ring the elevator bell.
Good for me for being so smart.
Hey, you might be a genius, Abner. I don't know.
A genius? I don't get good for me for being there. Wait till I tell Elizabeth and little Pearl.
Store on every floor.
Yeah.
That's going to be our new slogan. A store on every floor.
Oh, that's a good one.
How does that sound to you?
Oh, that sounds wonderful. Wait a minute. Mom, do you smell something good?
Huh?
How near lunchtime is it getting to be anyway?
I don't know. All I know is we got the greatest one idea we ever studied up.
We? I was the one that studied up this idea.
Well, yeah, but I was the one that sort of developed it. I was the one that told you it was a good one.
Yeah, you done that. Yeah, you did, Lum.
I better get Mousy on the phone right away and have him make that change in the floor plans. Do you recollect what his ring is?
I believe it's about time for lunch, Lum.
I never asked you that. I asked you. Wait a minute. Here it is here. 2 shorts, a long and a short.
You reckon I better run on home and see if Elizabeth's got my lunch ready yet, Lum?
No, you stay here. It ain't but 11 o'clock now.
Huh?
Hey, Skelton, let me make this phone call.
Doggies, wait a minute. No wonder something's been smelling so good. Look out there, Lum.
Cedric
and Grandpap's got a big bonfire out in front of the store there, and they're roasting weenies.
Oh, swan too good. Hello, is that you, Mousy? Well, just hold the phone a minute. Granny, this is the last straw, Abner. Run out there and put out that fire.
Well, it's on Cedric's property, Lum.
I don't care where it's at. This is one thing they can't do. I know. It's against the fire regulations or something. Go on out there and tell them to put it out.
All right, I'll tell them.
And don't take no for an answer.
Don't worry, I'll put it out and run them away from there.
That's the time. Hello, Mousy. Sorry to keep you waiting, but I had some business with Abner here. Yeah, look, Mousy, what I telephoned Jeff about, I just been going over them floor plans you drawed up and... What mistake? Oh, that. Well, if that was a mistake, I'm glad you done it. No, the elevator ain't too big. Fact is, you never made it big enough. That's right. We want you to change the plans and make it about 4 times as big as you got it. No, I know what I'm talking about. You see, we're going to put the store right on the elevator. Yes, sir. A store on every floor. That's going to be our new motto. Why, of course, it's a good idea. Now, here's what I want you to do, Mousy. draw in a heap of shelves and around the elevator and a counter with a cash drawer in it. And just a minute, Mousie. Abner, I thought I told you to go out in front and tell them fellas to put out that fire.
I already been out there.
Well, the fire's still going.
I know. I'll take care of that as soon as I find something here.
Find what?
Oh, nothing.
What is it you're hunting for?
Oh, nothing. Just some old paper plates.
Paper plates?
Yeah, all I need is 3. Oh, here they are, right here. I got them.
Hello, Mousie. I gotta hang up now. You get to work on that, and I'll talk to you later. Goodbye. Just a minute, Abner. How many plates you got there?
I just took 3 of them.
Well, better make it 4. And find that old sign we used to have.
What old sign?
One that says, out to lunch. Granny's, that smells good.
You know what that music say?
Yes, sir, Amos. That music say, good health to all from Rexall, the stores with the orange and blue sign.
Yes, 10,000 independent Rexall druggists at the stores with the orange and blue sign bring you the Amos and Andy Show, written by Joe Connolly and Bob Mosier, featuring Ernestine Wade, Johnny Lee, Amanda Randolph, Corny Anderson, Lillian Randolph, Jeff Alexander's music, yours truly, Harlow Wilcox, and starring radio's all-time favorites, Freeman Gosden and Charles Correll. Amos and Andy!
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? I'm Freeman Gosden. You know, my partner, Charles Correll, and I travel quite a bit, and we have shopped in many Rexall drugstores for ourselves and for our families. We have never found a Rexall druggist who wasn't helpful and friendly, always ready with good advice when we asked it, always ready with the guaranteed Rexall products we want. That's why we like to tell our listeners you can always depend on your friendly Rexall family druggist. Thank you.
Well, the Kingfish's mother-in-law is going to Chicago for a 2-week visit. Right now, her daughter Sapphire is helping her pack, and the Kingfish is standing by to make sure that nothing happens to interfere with her trip.
Now, Mama, I put your extra petticoats in here and your extra camisole in this bag. Oh, thank you, daughter.
Yeah, you better take along an extra hairpiece, too, Mama. You know, Chicago is the Windy City. If a breeze comes up, your transformation will go flapping around like a hairy pigeon, you know.
If I was you, Baldy, I wouldn't talk about hair. You got enough forehead there for a quartet. Now, see here, George Stevens, I'm not going to... Oh, that's my taxi.
Yeah.
I'm going. Goodbye, daughter. Take care of yourself. Oh, goodbye, Mama. Now, don't let no men get fresh with you on the train. Don't worry. I'm taking my hat pin along for protection.
Well, ain't no need for that, Mama. Any men that will get within harpooning distance of you is all under lock and key.
You just watch yourself while I'm gone, you old windbag. George, it wasn't so nice of you to tease Mama about men. You know, a few years back, she met a man at a summer hotel. He was going to marry her, but at the last minute, he turned out to be a fortune hunter. She was so upset, she don't even talk to me about it.
Well, so on to see your romance. The old paupers has got out beyond the breakwater now and then, huh?
Well, don't you ever let Mama know I told you.
No.
Oh, I guess I better get the dishes done now, and Oh, George, the door.
Holy smokes, don't tell me the old lady's done boomeranged on us here.
Answer it, George.
Well, wait a minute. Let me peek out the curtains here. Yeah. Uh-oh. Here's the telegraph boy.
Well, open the door.
No, sir. If I open the door, he going to expect a tip. If we wait long enough, he'll slide it under the door and go away. Uh-oh. He must have been here before. He's sliding it under there already. Yeah, here we is. I get it. Yeah, here it is. Yeah.
Who is it for?
Well, it's for you, Sapphire.
Oh. Oh, George, it's from Aunt Matilda, Mama's younger sister. Say, she's coming to New York for a visit.
Matilda? Which one of Mama's sisters is she?
Well, she's the only one of the 12 girls that didn't marry. She's on the fat side and was always considered the homeliest one in the family.
Holy mackerel, I'd like to get a load of her. Being the homeliest one in the family is like being the sourest bottle in a case of vinegar. What you coming up here for anyway?
Well, you know, she's always been trying to get a husband. Seems like she's been corresponding with the marriage bureau here in New York, and they got some prospects lined up for her, and she's coming up to look them over.
Yeah, I'd like to see the Skid Row Casanovas they got lined up for her.
Well, Aunt Matilda won't have no trouble, George, because when Grandpapa died, because she was unmarried, he left her $20,000 in cash. She's been saving it for a dowry.
20,000 smackers, and she wants a husband, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's a shame to let that money get out the family. Say, have you got a picture of Aunt Matilda around here someplace?
Just that group picture we have of the whole family.
Yeah, well, I think I'll borrow it for a little while and take it over to Andy's rooming house.
George, what is you up to?
Well, if Aunt Matilda is in the dowry dumping mood, I might as well get her to dump it on a certain big, fat, vacant lot where I got scavenging privileges. That's right. Here's Andy's room. I got this picture here with Aunt Matilda on it. It ain't gonna be too easy to sell Andy on this gal, neither. When it comes to homeliness, she stops where alligator leaves off. Maybe I can use the domestic angle on the boy here.
Come in. It's open.
Well, good morning, Brother Andy. What is you doing there, boy?
Oh, I'm mending my socks here. I got 7 socks, but only 3 or 4 of them is any good. So you see, by taking the toe from one and the heel from another and scotch tape them together here, I come up with 1 pair in walking condition.
Well, there's no doubt about it, Andy. You know you needs a wife. Some sweet, gentle creature to add a feminine touch to this miserable hovel of yours.
Now, it does, huh?
Certainly, Andy. Think of what a wife could do for this place. A little feminine niceties, a lace doily under the cuspidor there. Flowers in them old milk bottles on the windowsill. New rat traps under the bed marked his and hers. And
Well, yeah, I guess you could female up this dump without hurting it. Of course, I went with a lot of gals, but they was all too flighty to join up in holy monotony, I'll tell you that.
Well, that's the trouble, Andy. You was always going for beauty instead of character. For youth instead of maturity. The trouble is, Andy, you was always running around with the Coke and 7-Up crowd. It's time you explored the nuptialating possibilities of the hot water bottle and the Sloan liniment set.
Yeah. I suppose sometime if I did meet the right kind of an older woman, why, I might go for her.
Well, now, it's strange that you should bring up the subject of marrying an older woman at a time like this. You know, it just so happens, Andy, that I've done heard about a sweet old lady today who is just panting to tie herself and $20,000 up with some nice young edible bachelor.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't have thought... Wait a minute now, $20,000. What does this gal look like?
Oh, you want to know what you look like, huh? Well, now, Andy, I happen to have a picture of her right here in my pocket. It was taken in a family group. She is the one with the long hair. Here.
Let me see.
Yeah, you?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. She ain't too bad. But why has they got a leash on her?
Leash? No, Andy. You looking at the family sheepdog there. Wait a minute. She's that tall one next to the dog there.
Oh.
You can tell them apart because the dog don't have no bald spots, you see.
Holy mackerel, Kingfish. That is the homeliest gal I done ever seen. Look at the warts on her there.
Well, I know, Andy, but she got $20,000. And that pro rata is out at around $500 a wart, you know that.
Yeah, say, this is beginning to sound better.
Oh, yeah, she got the money, boy.
Yeah, that ain't bad. Okay, it's a deal.
Fine, Andy. Welcome to the family.
What? Family?
Oh, yeah, now, I neglected to mention this. But you see, this Aunt Matilda, that's Sapphire's mama's younger sister. Now, when you marries her, you and her money is going to be my Uncle Andy.
Wait a minute here. Wait a minute. I don't want to marry into no family that's made a career of homeliness. I'm going to stick to the young gal.
Well, now, wait a minute, Andy. Besides the $20,000, think of the real big advantages of marrying this gal. And with a young, pretty gal, you're always going to be worrying about someone stealing away from you.
Yeah, you got a point there.
Sure, the only one that's going to take this old mummy away from you is the undertaker. All you is...
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist, one of the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of our own store names. We've done that because we recommend and sell Rexall drug products. A good example is MI31, Rexall's many-purpose antiseptic. When cooler weather begins, my customers ask for MI31 to use as a gargle for simple sore throat. Used full strength, MI31 kills germs on contact, yet will not harm delicate membranes of mouth or throat. MI31 is an effective gargle, mouthwash, breath deodorant. The multi-purpose antiseptic indeed, yet you get a full pint at the same price as other brands of smaller quantity. So ask for it. MI31 at Rexall drug stores everywhere.
George, Aunt Matilda got in town today, but is you out of your mind? She wouldn't be interested in no man like Andy Brown.
Wait a minute, what's wrong with Andy? He's good looking and he has the same sloppy charm as Marlon Drano.
George, she told the matrimonial bureau that she wanted a steady, reliable man. On top of that, she caught a cold on the way up here, and she's going to have to stay in the hotel room for a couple of days.
So the old vulture got the virus, huh?
Yes, George, and she wants us to find a doctor for her to give her a checkup.
Yeah, well, we could get we could call a doctor, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, in all them books and movies and everything, women's is always falling in love with a doctor, ain't it?
Well, yes, George, I guess a lot of women does that in real life, too.
Yeah, excuse me, honey, I'm going out. Women falls in love with a doctor. I think I'll go over to Lodge Hall and spend the next 15 minutes putting Andy through medical school. That's what I'm going to do. Well, now you got everything in your head, Andy, and here's Matilda's hotel room.
Yeah, tell me this. Do I look like a legitimate doctor, Kingfish?
Oh, yeah, Andy, with that stethoscope sticking out of your pocket there and that white coat we got from the candy butcher over at the burlesque house. Oh, you look like the real thing, boy.
Yeah, good.
Now, just remember, when you were examining Matilda, don't turn around. She might lose confidence in her physician if she sees orange crush written on the back of your coat there.
Well, I'll watch it. Well, ring the bell, Kingfish.
All right, now. Put it on good, boy. You're a doctor. You know.
Well, I see the picture, so she shouldn't be too much of a shock to me or anything.
Well, don't forget, though, Anna, sometimes after they takes a picture, they has an orders to retouch the thing. You see, Well, Aunt Matilda.
Why, George, come on in.
Holy mackerel, Kingfish. Who retouched her picture, Michelangelo?
Shut up, Anna. Get on in there.
George, I was just resting up here in my bathrobe. I was a little under the weather.
Yeah, well, so Sapphire told me, and that's why I brought along my friend and physician, Dr. Brown, the world-famous surgeon who is... he's the one that recovered the cure for streptomycin, you see.
Oh, how thrilling to meet you. Such a distinguished physician, Dr. Brown. Oh, you look like something I read about in the medical journal.
Likewise.
I brought along the doctor, Aunt Matilda, to give you a quick culinary examination, you see.
Oh, that was sweet of you, George. Mm-hmm. And how thrilling to be examined by a big New York doctor.
Yeah. Proceed with the examination, doctor. Get your bag open there and take out your R-stick and all that stuff.
Stick out your tongue, Aunt Matilda, and say ah.
Ah.
A little further.
Ah.
A little further.
What do you think, Dr. Brown?
She's sick, all right. The last time I see the tongue that bad, it was peering at me from behind 2 pieces of stale rye bread.
You close your mouth now, Aunt Matilda. There's a draft in here. The doctor wants to get on with examination, you see.
You know, Doctor, I've been coughing so much, I think I done hurt my ribs.
Hurt your ribs, huh? Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, plug in your stethoscope there, Doctor, and see if you can hear anything through all that blubber.
Yeah. Let me kind of tap around the ribs here.
Take it easy there, Aunt Matilda. Take it easy.
Kingfish, he sure is a ticklish old gal. Well, I ain't seen nothing thrash around like that since I dropped my goldfish bowl on the kitchen floor.
I'm all right, Doctor, because just before I left home, my family doctor took my cardiograph.
Yeah, well, you know them country doctors. They'll yank out anything at the drop of a hat.
What? Why, a cardiograph is an instrument used to check the heart.
No fooling.
Yeah, well, now, you will have to excuse the doctor here, Aunt Matilda. You see, Dr. Brown here has been working pretty hard. Yeah. The records show that yesterday alone he performed 32 operations.
32 operations? Oh, why, he must be exhausted.
Oh, yeah. On the last operation, he was so weak that he had to lay down on the table with the patient to operate, yeah.
It's just wonderful to have a successful doctor like this to give me so much of his time. And he's so handsome and charming, too.
Yeah, well, I know the doctor want to get on with the examination, so I tell you what, I'll be running along. I'll see you later, Aunt Matilda.
Yeah. So long, Kingfish, so long.
Yeah, and by the way, Doctor, you were doing fine so far, but if I was you, I'd play it smart and examine them ribs a couple of more times, boy. Well, let me get on in the department here. This here thing is a mess. Yeah, if that thing work out this afternoon, it might lead to Andy marrying Aunt Matilda. Yeah, and then keep her $20,000 in the family, then I get a hold of... Sapphire, home.
George Stevens, I've been waiting for you. I'm so mad at you, I don't know what to do.
Well, wait a minute now. I walk in the house here, and the second I get in, you jump all over me. What's the matter with you?
George, what is the idea? Taking that Andy Brown over and introducing him to Aunt Matilda as a doctor. She done went and fell for that big boob.
Yeah, well, that's what I planned on. That way, if she marries Andy, it'll keep the $20,000 in the family.
George, Aunt Matilda ain't got no $20,000.
Yeah.
She's been spending her money right and left trying to land a rich husband. The matrimonial bureau had one lined up for her, Mr. Hamilton. He's a lonely old man, and he's worth over $200,000. They've been corresponding, and he was crazy about her. Now, you done went and ruined her chances.
Well, now, wait a minute, it ain't too late. I'm sorry. Now, wait a minute, look here. I tell you what you do. Now, we can get out of this some way. Tell her that I was just fooling or something, that Andy ain't no doctor.
I done already done that, George, but it was too late. Aunt Matilda already called up Mr. Hamilton and told him it was all off. Now he never wants to see her or speak to her again.
Holy mackerel. As the glowworm said when the nightingale ate him up, I is too bright for my own good. I don't know what...
This is your Rexall family druggist again. Yesterday I had a customer with a familiar problem. It went something like this.
I'm always running out of cold cream, or cleansing cream, or throat cream. I'm forever buying creams.
Well, ma'am, I suggest a sensible end to that problem. Ann Delafield's all-purpose deep cream is all complexion creams in one.
Why, what a good idea.
And a very good cream, my customers tell me. Rich, deep penetrating, lubricating, and cleansing. Where you'd need half a dozen creams for the complete complexion care you get with Ann Delafield's all-purpose deep cream.
And what a beautiful golden top jar.
All of Ann Delafield's cosmetics are in beautiful containers. The lipstick, cologne, skin freshener, face powder, eye kit, and this all-purpose deep cream.
And Delafield's all-purpose deep cream. I'll take it.
Very well, ma'am. And remember, Ann Delafield's cosmetics are sold only at Rexall drugstores.
Well, I think I'll drop in and see Algonquin J. Calhoun. Yeah, the way I messed this thing up, maybe he got some angle for me to get out of it. I don't know. Well, hiya, Calhoun. Is you busy?
Just a second, Kingfish. I'm going over a letter here. How does this sound to you? Dear sir, as your opponent in our recent lawsuit, it is my considered opinion that you are, without a doubt, the most unscrupulous attorney I has ever met. Your conduct in court is ridiculous. Your knowledge of the law is infinitesimal. And you have the brains of an ant and the manners of a jackass. Yours very truly.
Holy smokes, who is you sending that nasty letter to?
Sending nothing. I got this in the mail this morning.
Now, listen, Calhoun, I is in a mess here. I done broke up the romance between my Aunt Matilda and a Mr. Hamilton. Now I find out that Mr. Hamilton's worth $200,000.
Kingfish, that is a nasty piece of matrimonial messing.
Yeah, I know that, but can you think of anything I can do to bring them back together again? I want to be the fella that brings them together. The old fella's so mad he said that he never wants to see her again.
Well, now, if a man thinks a gal might do something desperate on account of unrequited love, sometime he changes his mind.
Yeah, if Mr. Hamilton thinks that Aunt Matilda was going to do something desperate, he might forgive her. Yeah. I'll write him a note. Yeah, I'll send him a note signed Aunt Matilda. Yeah, and then I'll get him to come over to the lodge hall. Then I can work on the old boy's sympathy. Oh, thank you a lot, Calhoun.
Yeah. Now, excuse me, Kingfish. I got to get all these law books back. Get them off the desk and put it back in the bookcase here.
Yeah, you sure got a pile of them there, boy.
Oh, man, I had a big case in court this week. A woman client of mine was suing her husband. She claimed that her husband was spending his evenings in some other woman's apartment.
Yeah.
Well, I went into action, but it took a stack of law books 5 feet high to get the goods on that man and his gal.
Oh, you read the books and got the legal angles, huh?
Heck no, I stood on them and peeked over the transom.
Well, Andy, I had Lightning deliver the letter over to Mr. Hamilton, signed Aunt Matilda, you see. I sure he going to be over here, because I hinted around that she was going to do something desperate.
Yeah, well, I don't think it's going to be easy to rekindle the flame of that old boy, Kingfish. A fella his age ain't likely to be too eager for romance.
Well, don't let them old geezers fool you, Andy. There's many a campfire the Rangers done thought was out that wound up burning down 10,000 acres.
You could put it kind of strong in the letter, huh, that Aunt Matilda was thinking of doing away with herself?
Well, I done hinted at several gruesome possibilities. Yeah. I would say that when he... wait a minute, that much. Now, stop grinning there, Andy. Put on a sad face.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Come in.
I'm looking for George Stevens.
That's me. What can I do for you, sir?
Well, this note was delivered to me from your Aunt Matilda.
My Aunt Matilda, huh? What did the poor dear have to say?
Well, here you are. Read it for yourself.
Say here, Mr. Frederick Hamilton, New York, dear murderer. By the time this letter reaches your cruel and heartless hand, I may be stiff, cold, deceased, and otherwise unsuitable for romance. Farewell, thoughtless heartbreaker. Yours sincerely, the Kingfisher's heartbroken old Aunt Matilda. P.S. Keep smiling. What is it?
Well, naturally, I was terribly upset.
Oh, yeah, that's a sad letter, all right.
Yeah, and I'm afraid it just goes to confirm my suspicion about dear old Annie.
Do you really feel that she's done away with herself?
Oh, yeah. We feel the old gal done kicked her own bucket.
Well, do you have any proof of that?
Proof? Well, now, it ain't conclusive, but This morning we found Aunt Matilda's umbrella on top of the Empire State Building hanging over the railing. And 98 stories below was a size 52 hole in the sidewalk.
Do you think it was her?
Well, we wasn't sure, but just to be on the safe side, we had the local congregation to go over there and holler, "Ah, sweet mystery of life," down the subway grating.
Oh, dear, this is terrible. Poor Matilda. Why, I was so heartless to her. Why? I'd do anything to get her back.
No, you would, huh? Now, come to think of it, I don't believe that was Aunt Matilda's umbrella on top of the building after all. Thinking it over, I don't believe it was an umbrella at all. It was just a tall, thin tourist looking over the wall.
Yeah, come to think about it, I don't think that was really no size 52 hole in the sidewalk either. No, I think that was just a couple of fellas down there working on the pipes.
Are you sure?
Well, when the ladies of the congregation hollered their number down there, they got a pretty nasty baritone echo from the manhole.
Oh, if it were only true.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, Mr. Hamilton, if you drop by the apartment tonight, I think I might have some good news for you.
Oh, how wonderful. And Matilda and I will be happy together again.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, if I was you, I wouldn't take the old gal on no tall building until she gets over jumping jitters, you see. She's pretty nervous. So the Kingfishers, Aunt Matilda, and Mr. Hamilton done reconciled, huh, Andy?
Yeah, Amos, they're all happy now. They're going ahead with the wedding and everything else.
Yeah, well, I just hope this Mr. Hamilton is all right.
Oh, yeah, don't worry about that, boy. He's got over $200,000.
Yeah, well, that's a break for the Kingfish, getting a rich man like that in the family. I guess they're going to have a big wedding, huh?
Oh, sure. Everybody's invited. The mom-in-law's coming back from Chicago, and you know something? At the wedding, me and the Kingfish is going to be Mr. Hamilton's best man.
The two of you going to be his best man?
Yeah. The Kingfish figures that if the old boy gets cold feet going up the aisle, the two of us will be able to line buck him up to the altar.
Oh, yeah!
Matilda, it's wonderful. Us all having this little dinner up here at the apartment to celebrate your engagement. Oh, I'll be the happiest woman in the world at my wedding tomorrow.
Yeah, how about you, Mr. Hamilton? You all ready to sniff the orange blossoms?
Oh, yes. I'm very happy to have my Matilda back.
Oh, yeah, I tell you, she's a wonderful... somebody at the door. I'll get it, folks. Oh, Mama, you was back from Chicago. Well, Mama, I did it. I has done got your sister a rich husband.
Yes, son-in-law. When I got sapphires, why, I rushed right back here to meet my sister's fiancé.
Yeah, well, come on in, Mama, dear. We was all in the dining room.
Oh, sister, I'm so glad you're here. And I want you to meet the man I'm marrying tomorrow. Well, how do you do? I'm so... Why, it's Frederick Hamilton. That deadbeat jilted me 15 years ago. Let me out!
No, wait a minute, Jack.
This is Harlow Wilcox with a word that can be important to your health, your popularity, your success on the job. The word is plenamins. The famous Rexall multivitamins, one of the best balanced formulas money can buy. Plenamins, spelled Plenamins, are the tiny, easy-to-swallow capsules that give you 10 vitamins, plus 3 important extras, iron, liver concentrate, and red vitamin B12. Plenamins are the vitamins that give you more than the minimum daily requirement of all vitamins with known minimums. So don't say vitamins, say plenamins. The Rexall multivitamins, sold on Rexall's money-back guarantee at Rexall drugstores everywhere. The stores with the orange and blue sign.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, rely on your Rexall family druggist. And when you visit him, would you be kind enough to say that Amos and Andy sent you? Thank you and good night.
See you next Sunday.
Young women tag after men who use Stag.
Stag brushless shave cream. No fuss, no rub-in. Just smooth it on for a quicker, closer, cleaner shave that lasts the whole day through.
Wives never nag at men who use Stag.
Be sure to be with us at the same time next Sunday when your Rexall druggist will again present the Amos and Andy Show, directed by Cliff Howell. Stay tuned for the Bing Crosby program, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Sure, pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
That drop's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, transcribed in Hollywood and starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With our special guest, Robert Montgomery, yours truly, Toby Reed, Viola Vaughn, Gail Gordon, Harry Lubin and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and Bill Goodwin.
For America's Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for America's everyday coffee-drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
Well, as we join the Burnses today, we find Gracie reading from her favorite section of the newspaper, the movie page.
George, look at me and kind of tilt your head to one side. That's it. Now grin.
What's the big idea?
Luella Parsons has a big article here about Robert Montgomery with a picture of them together. I was just comparing you two. There's a remarkable resemblance. Honestly, I mean it. When you grin like that, you look just like Luella Parsons.
Hedda Hopper will be jealous. I thought you meant I looked like Robert Montgomery.
Oh, you look better than Montgomery.
Better?
Well, certainly, and more mature. Robert Montgomery is cute in a boyish sort of a way, but you look like you've lived. Lived and lived.
Okay, hold it. I'm mature.
Yeah. You know, to a woman, Robert Montgomery looks just like a great big mischievous boy.
Mischievous boy.
Yes. In fact, the girls in my club voted him the juvenile they'd most like to be with when he's delinquent.
Nice piece of voting.
You know, he's got sort of a devilish twinkle in his eye.
I haven't got that twinkle, huh?
Well, yours has settled down to more of a reddish glow.
Well, I'm nice to have around in case you lose something. What does the article say about Montgomery?
Oh, it says he's going to produce, direct, and star in a new picture. And it'll be financed by a Texas oil millionaire.
Oh, probably McCarthy, who built that hotel in Houston. They say he's worth $200 million.
McCarthy is worth $200 million?
That's right.
And just think he used to get 50 cents a week from Bergen.
Gracie.
$200 million. And you try to tell me he was a dummy.
This is a different McCarthy. This is Glenn McCarthy.
Oh.
Does it say what picture Montgomery is going to make?
Oh, yes, it's the story of Napoleon and Josephine. I wonder which one he'll play.
Sam Newman. Probably Josephine.
Yeah. Oh, no. It says he's bringing an actress from France to play the part of Josephine. Now, isn't that silly?
Why?
Well, there are so many fine actresses right here who could do it. Betty Davis, Shane Wyman, Ingrid Bergman, any one of us.
I mean any one of you girls.
Come in.
Howdy, little lady. Howdy, little man.
Well, look, George, it's Mr. Judson, our dear friend from Texas.
Well, we haven't seen you for a long time, Mr. Judson. How's everything down in Texas?
If you don't mind, I'd prefer you to say how's everything up in Texas.
Why?
Heaven is up, ain't it?
I made a blunder. Well, what brings you down to California?
Well, I'm thinking... Excuse me. I'm thinking of putting $1 million into one of them moving pictures. It's going to be made by a young fella named Robert Montgomery.
Oh, so you're the Texan we read about. We thought it was Glenn McCarthy.
Who? Glenn McCarthy. Surely you know him. He's got $200 million.
No, I don't mingle much with the poor Texans.
Murder.
I just had a talk with this Robert Montgomery, and he seems like a right nice fella for a foreigner.
Bob's not a foreigner.
No? Well, he sure don't talk like a Texas boy.
Mr. Judson, there are 47 states in this country that aren't a part of Texas.
I know. Pitiful, ain't it?
Mr. Judson, I didn't know you were interested in movies.
Oh, now, this is my daughter's idea. It's her money.
The whole $1 million?
Yeah. The other day, she busted open her piggy bank.
Well, she's a Texas girl.
Yeah.
From up in Texas.
Yeah, that's right. Now, Mrs. Burns, if you think I should invest this money, I'll do it. I trust your judgment, little lady, you being from the outskirts of Dallas.
She's from San Francisco.
Yeah, I said the outskirts.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I'll tell Mr. Montgomery I'm leaving this check with you. And if you think he'll make a good picture, you give it to him.
All right.
Well, I got to get back to Texas and help my wife take care of things. She's riding the range.
Wouldn't it be cooler riding a horse?
Wouldn't it be cooler riding... Yeah.
I like your sense of humor, man. Oh, Virginia!
George, this is a great responsibility that Mr. Judson has given me. I wish you were making the picture instead of Robert Montgomery. You're so talented.
Well, I'm not making the picture. That would ruin Judson's investment.
What's an investment?
Well, skip it. You don't understand business.
I do, too. Now tell me.
Well, an investment is something that costs you money, but you don't always get the money back. Now, do you understand, my little businesswoman?
Yes, my little investment.
Let's drop this whole subject, Gracie.
Oh, but, George, you can act circles around Robert Montgomery.
Oh, stop. Remember him in Night Must Fall when he carried that head around in a hat box? He scared the daylights out of people.
Well, sure, but, George, he had to carry somebody else's head around to do it.
Yes, I'm pretty. Look, Gracie, I'm going to the cigar store. When Bob Montgomery comes for his check, give it to him, understand?
Yes, dear.
Okay.
Yes?
How do you do? I'm Robert Montgomery.
Montgomery, come in.
Yes, thank you. I was told I'd find $1 million waiting for me here.
That's right.
Well, this is rather like the end of the rainbow, isn't it? May I see the pot?
He went to the cigar store. And I'd rather you didn't call my husband back.
No, I wasn't referring to your husband. I was merely asking for the check that Mr. Judson left with you.
Oh, well, there's plenty of time for that. Let's visit a little. How is your wife, Dinah Shaw?
No. I'm Robert Montgomery. Dinah Shaw is married to George.
No. I'm married to George. Dinah Shaw is married to you. She's Mrs. Montgomery, remember?
Yes, but she's a different Mrs. Montgomery.
Well, all right, but that's no reason to forget her. Lots of people say I'm different, too.
Yes, I'll bet they do. Now, look, I am married and I have 2 children and...
Well, how nice.
But I have only met Dinah Shaw casually.
Oh, come now. I'm not as young and innocent as I look.
I suspect I'm beginning to look a little older myself.
Now, suppose we start all over again. How is your wife, Dinah Shaw?
She's fine, thanks.
Well, that's better.
Now, could I please have the check I needed to start production?
Start production? I thought you had 2 children.
Oh, no. I mean production on the picture.
Oh, well, I've got to be very careful, you know. $1 million is a lot of money.
Yes, Mrs. Burns, that's a nice round figure.
Well, thanks, but keep your mind on business. Now, I want to know just what the money will be spent for.
Well, of the $1 million, approximately a quarter will be spent on salaries, a quarter on exploitation, and a half on production costs.
That's only $1. Now, what about the rest?
Look, Mrs. Burns...
Oh, come, Mr. Montgomery. What do you think this is sitting on my shoulders? A pumpkin?
How many guesses do I get? Please, Mrs. Burns, may I have the check?
Well, there's just one other thing.
Oh, no.
Now, I'd like my husband to play the lead in the picture.
But I'm playing the lead. It's the part of Napoleon.
Well, my husband can play Napoleon.
You know, I'll bet he can at that. How long has he been married to you?
15 years.
I bet he thinks he is Napoleon.
No. That's my Uncle Fred. You can't get him for the picture. He's tied up.
I hope he doesn't break loose.
Besides, Uncle Fred's kind of dopey looking. He'd scare people if you put him in a picture. You see...
Gracie, did... Oh, hello, Mr. Montgomery.
Glad to meet you, Uncle Fred.
No, this is my husband, George.
Is this the man you want to play Napoleon?
Yeah, that's right.
Just when we're getting along so well with France?
What goes on here?
Your wife refuses to give me Mr. Judson's check unless you can play the lead in my picture.
Gracie, I told you to forget that nonsense. I'll hand over the check.
No, I won't do it.
Well, then I'll have to force your hand open and take it.
Oh, now, please, George, no violence.
It's the only way. Okay, young lady. You asked for it. You try it, Bob.
No, George, I could never use force upon a lady so lovely, so young, so beautiful.
Why, Mr. Montgomery?
Now, may I have the check?
No, but keep trying.
I know how to make this delicate hand surrender its treasure. I shall kiss each lovely finger like this. And this. And this.
By golly, it worked. She's taking the check out of her hand.
Oh, don't get excited. I'm just putting it in my mouth. There's no use wasting that on my hand.
I give up.
Sitting on top of the world. And you know, folks, you'll be sitting on top of the world when you taste the joyful, heartwarming goodness of Maxwell House coffee. It's the coffee that's enjoyed by more people than any other brand. And the reason, of course, is flavor. That good to the last drop flavor that adds so much enjoyment to everyday living. To achieve this perfection in flavor, Maxwell House experts skillfully blend many choice varieties of the finest Latin American coffees. First, they select Manizales coffees for mellowness. Next come the Medellins for richness. Then other prime coffees are added for vigor. And finally, Bucaramangas contribute their fine, full body. This superb Maxwell House blend is then radiant roasted to flavor perfection and carefully vacuum packed in the familiar blue tin.
Vacuum packing is important, ladies. For whether it's ground or in the whole bean, roasted coffee that's packed in ordinary containers is losing flavor because air can easily reach it. But in the vacuum tin, Maxwell House coffee comes to you as fresh and fragrant as the hour it left the roasting oven. And that means you get all the flavor and goodness you pay for.
So, friends, start enjoying the best in coffee drinking pleasure. Tomorrow, enjoy Maxwell House, always good to the last drop.
Bob, there's only one way to get that check from Gracie. Let me be in your picture.
Oh, but George...
Now, look, I don't mean as the lead. Just give me a little walk-on part. That'll satisfy Gracie.
You know, that's an idea. All right. You can be Pierre, one of Napoleon's soldiers.
Swell. What about my lines?
Well, don't worry about those, George. We'll hide those with makeup.
Yeah, well, let's go and tell Gracie. We'll hide them with makeup.
Well, Mrs. Burns, you win. Your husband will be in the picture.
Well, I'll help him rehearse his part, Mr. Montgomery.
Now, that won't be necessary. George, can you say we?
We.
He's rehearsed.
This can get me an Oscar.
And now, Mrs. Burns, may I have that check?
Well, I'll bring it to the studio tomorrow.
Well, Robert Montgomery made a big mistake when he left the script of his picture with Gracie, as he discovers the next morning when George and Gracie report to the studio.
Well, Mrs. Burns, did you bring the check?
Yes, and you can have it as soon as we run through George's big scene.
Oh, but George is Pierre. He doesn't have a big scene.
Oh, he does now. He has a big love scene with Josephine, and then he marries her.
No, that's Napoleon who does that. You haven't read your history.
You haven't read your script.
You can't change Montgomery's script.
But George just gives you a big scene.
It makes no difference.
You sing to Josephine.
It makes no... I sing?
Yes. A little French song.
Yeah. Well, this for you and that for me and this for your papa. La 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 la. La 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 la.
Oh, isn't he wonderful? Isn't he wonderful? Well, now, what do you think of my idea so far?
Well, it's nauseating.
I knew you'd like it. And it's a wonderful scene for you, too. You have some great dramatic lines to speak.
I have?
Uh-huh. When you come home from battle and find Josephine with Pierre, you fly into a rage and say, "Oh, Josephine, you have made me so lay miserable."
Oh, Josephine, you have made me so lay miserable.
Why, you speak French as well as I do.
Thank you.
And then you draw your sword and strike Pierre dead, shouting, "Death to the traitor! Vive la France!"
Oh, death to the traitor! Vive la France!
And then comes your greatest moment of all. You stand over Pierre's body and sing the stirring strains of the Marseillaise.
À los enfants de la patrie. Oh, say, I like this scene. Let's run through the scene once.
All right. Here's the script, Mr. Montgomery. Now, play Josephine's lines, and we'll start where Napoleon Bonaparte knocks on her door. Who is it?
It is I, Bonaparte.
Oh, Pierre, my lover. It is the Emperor.
Mon Dieu. What will he say?
He will say, "Oh, Josephine, you have made me so les miserables." That's what he will say.
Mon Dieu.
Who is it?
Tis I, Bonaparte.
Oh, Pierre, my lover, what will we do?
He will draw his sword and strike me dead, shouting death to the traitor. Vive la France. That's what he will do.
Yes, but when?
Who is it?
Tis I, Bonaparte.
Oh, Pierre, my lover, what will he do after he strikes you dead?
He will stand over my body and sing the Marseillaise. Allons, 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 just for you, just for me, That's what he will do.
Who is it?
Tis I, Bone.
Bone?
Yeah, I haven't got a part.
I don't think he's happy, Gracie.
Well, of course not. You two have all the lines.
We also have the check.
Oh, yes. I'll tell you what let's do. Let's leave this whole thing up to Mademoiselle Colette.
Oh, isn't she the French actress who's going to play Josephine?
Yeah, that's right. If she would prefer to do her love scenes with George, he will be the star. If she prefers me, so be it. The better lover will win.
Oh, Mr. Montgomery, you fool, you. George has forgotten more about love than you'll ever know.
He has?
Yes, and I wish he'd remember some of it.
I'd never get that in.
They used to call him Volcano Lips Burns. Of course, he's been quiet for a lot of years now. But that's when a volcano is dangerous. He might see Colette and blow his top.
Gracie, I don't think Colette will choose me. I'm not as young as Montgomery.
Oh, so what? The French like their wine aged and their cheese ripe. If they feel the same way about men, you're in. Montgomery hasn't got a chance.
Let's go find Colette.
Yes. Cherchez la femme.
See, he's giving up already.
This is Colette's dressing room. I told her to hide here and not let anyone see her.
What for?
Well, Gracie, this girl is so beautiful I don't dare let her walk around the lot. Every wolf in Hollywood would be after her.
Gee.
Thank goodness the wolves haven't discovered her yet. She only arrived from France yesterday.
Yes, what is it?
Well, gee, she looks a lot like Bill Goodwin, doesn't she?
That is Bill Goodwin.
Bill, let us in.
Colette, honey, were you expecting visitors?
But no, mon cher.
Get lost. Just a minute. Colette, it's me, the boss.
Oh, Monsieur Montgomery, 1,000 pardons. Come in.
I'd like to have you meet Mr. and Mrs. Burns.
How do you do?
Banjua.
Oh, je suis enchanté.
Mandu.
Bill.
Yes, Bob.
This girl just arrived from France yesterday. How did you get a date with her so fast?
Oh, you know the usual line. How about a date, you doll?
And that did it?
Well, sure, I couldn't refuse her.
Oh, she whistle did you?
Well, Natch. I took her out and showed her the town last night.
Oh, yes. Hollywood is a strange place. So dark and no buildings. Nothing but trees and benches.
We spent some time in Griffith Park.
Well, one did.
Oh, I love America. Everything is so different. It is the first time I have ever tasted hot champagne.
Hot champagne?
Yes, Bill made it himself. It was the finest vintage, called Maxwell House 28.
Maxwell House 28?
Well, we had 28 cups.
Oh.
You see, once Colette tasted the rich, mellow flavor of Maxwell House coffee, she just couldn't get enough. She said it was like, what was that word she used? Nectar? Well, I kissed her a couple of times. Oh, the coffee. Yes, I told her that Maxwell House is America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop.
But there are three things that Bill just keeps talking about all the time. Oh, I'm so anxious to see them. They must be the three great wonders of America.
Well, they're probably the skyscrapers, the automobiles, and the supermarkets.
No, he called them the Medellins, Mandizales, and Bucaramangas.
Those are choice Latin American coffees, Colette, and when they're expertly blended and radiant roasted to the peak of flavor perfection, you've got the ultimate in coffee drinking pleasure. Maxwell House.
Now, Bill, I hate to interrupt your tete-a-tete with Colette, but she has a very important decision to make.
Oh, what is that, Monsieur Montgomery?
Would you prefer to play your love scenes with Mr. Burns here, or with me?
Are you kidding?
No.
I think somebody is, how you say, pulling my leg.
Bill, let go of her leg.
Gracie, that's just an expression.
Well, let go of her leg anyway. Now, Colette, take a good look at Mr. Burns. What do you think?
Oh, c'est l'homme le plus drôle que j'ai jamais vu.
C'est vous.
Oh, Monsieur Burns, il a l'air d'un imbécile. Un jerk.
Now, George, do you understand what they're saying?
No, I've never been across the pond.
Right now, I think you're up the creek.
I'm not a hit, huh?
You know, I think Mademoiselle Colette is ready to announce her decision.
Oh, before you do, Colette, may I see you alone for a moment?
Oh, certainement. Step right in the next room.
Colette, there are a few things that you should know about Mr. Burns, or as they call him in your country, the Liberator of Paris.
What?
Oh, sit down and I'll tell you about it. Now, single-handed, he wiped out 30 Panzer divisions and turned the tide of the war.
Monsieur Montgomery?
Oui.
I have decided to play the love scenes with Monsieur Burns.
You have?
Yes. Madame Burns said he was in the underground for many years.
I wonder why she dug him up.
Underground?
Well, you can start the rehearsals, Mr. Montgomery.
Yes. Oh, say, Mrs. Burns, why don't you stay and watch your husband do a scene with Colette? The kind of a scene that he'll be doing for the next 6 weeks.
All right.
Colette, take George in your arms. Avec passion, bébé. Avec adieu. Beaucoup toujours.
Oui. Ah, my lover. Oh, you are so strong. So handsome. Oh, so magnifique. Oh, I want to hug you.
Oh, that's so hard. You're hurting me.
And now, chérie, we kiss.
Hey, cut.
Mrs. Burns. Mrs. Burns. They'll be doing this night and day.
Over my dead body. And George's, too. He can't stand this.
Hook me up, somebody.
Here's the check, Mr. Montgomery. You'll just have to struggle through the picture without George.
Did you hear that, Colette? Isn't it a shame?
Yes. Trey Kenny.
Good night, everybody.
If you like good things the easy way, good things the easy way, Instant Maxwell House, that's for you. Good coffee that's easy too. No time, no trouble, no grounds, no pot, and it's good to the very last you know what.
Yes, Instant Maxwell House means great coffee instantly in your cup. Here's real instant coffee. All pure Maxwell House coffee in instant form. Enjoy Instant Maxwell House. Instantly.
Good to the very last you know what.
Robert Montgomery will soon be seen in his new comedy, Come Be My Love, with Ann Blythe and Jane Call. Until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Paul Henning and Keith Fowler.
Stay tuned for that fascinating game with words, the program where you learn while you listen. Noah Webster Says, next on NBC.